breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new break.
It is a spicy afternoon, ladies and gents. I'm just Suave here with the one and only Wolf, and welcome to the 1xBet Rivals Mekong. This is the fourth day of our tournament today, and we're looking at some bangers. We're going to be starting it off with the first matchup between Young Galacticos and Mythic Sea Wolf. I don't know if you're aware, but these guys already faced each other in the group stage, and this was a banger. It's a revenge match between these two guys.
Oh, to be fair, Young Galacticos and Mythic Seals, they have been playing quite a lot between their region. In fact, they have their recent league. So this probably is not gonna be the first time that they are going to see each other. In fact, they have been battling against each other for quite a long time now, which means that this will definitely be a long series. That's what I think about it.
Yeah, the last time they actually faced off, it was a full 3-map series, but this time it's going to be a BO5. But with that being said, this is the prize pool that we're going to be, our players are actually fighting for. The champion will, of course, get the lion's share of 7,500 USD, followed by 3,750, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, for a total of 15,000 US dollars, and probably a lot of bragging rights for sure, because this tournament is definitely I guess a tournament that every fan of Yangon Galacticos or Mythic Seal or most of the fans of the region are looking forward to. This is one of those tournaments that comes with a lot of, let's just say, rivalry between between the teams.
Yeah, it's looking spicy here. Of course, this is our bracket. As of right now, we're looking at the upper final, Mythic Seal versus Young Galacticos. Then our second series for the day will be between Newborns and Zino Esports to decide who's going to get their a little bit of rest before going to the Grands, and who's going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket to try and save their life in the next few days.
Yeah. You know, I think Young Galacticos is probably... They say that Zino Esports is probably the team that mostly will get to the finals. But between Mythic Seal as well as Young Galacticos, I'm pretty sure that a lot of fans are quite divided in this. I think it's Young Galacticos that's, I guess, more primed to win in that matchup. But recently, Mythic Seal has been really good in tournaments outside of 1xBet Rivals.
Oh yeah, that's true. When we did have them battle it out early in the group stage, it was Yangon Galacticos that did win out. But our first series, of course, for the day will be between Newborns and Zino Esports. Then we're gonna finish it off with our upper bracket, Mythic Seal versus Young Galacticos, the revenge match between these two teams. And with this being a BO5 this time, there's gonna be a lot more chances for adaptation between these two teams. And speaking of adaptations, right, we've been seeing a lot of Khalil, a lot of Cho in the first few days tournament. Now with the revamped Glue and KB finally legal, do you think we're going to see any of those changes here?
100%. For case of Glue, I think that will be, between Kimi and Glue, I think Glue will be the one to be picked up more. But Kimi is interesting because it can be played both in the mid lane as well as in the gold lane.
Oh yeah, it's looking real good. We've been seeing quite a lot of great performances from Nico, Boye, actually, as the setters and the mid laners. Like you were saying, we were seeing a lot of action for the mid lane and from the setters of these teams. And yeah, Mythic Seal have a great synergy between their roamer Boye, just setting up Nico for success. And because of that, Zippy does have quiet games, but more often than not, he's kind of that one player that has the most impact, that kind of flies under the radar during the game.
Yeah. Versus, I would say, not the team that you would expect to perform this well, but they did take a win versus Mythic Seals. Eventually, Mythic Seal just clutch it all out. I think they're more experienced, but the fact that in Newborns we are finding a lot of victories from them taking off games out of the top teams that we are expecting to perform well in this tournament says a lot about this team. I think that they have a bright future ahead of them. It's just that when they're facing up against teams like Mythic Seal, Yangon Galacticos, it's not that easy to get a series win against the veterans.
Yeah, I think so, right? With the longer series now at BO5s, Mythic Seal, they just have the luxury of experience here, knowing how to adapt to certain comps that Newborns were able to bring out. And now, of course, these are kind of two of the favorites to be expected in the grand finals. But whoever does win this second series today between Mythic Seal and Yangon Galacticos, they get a little bit of rest before we go into the grand finals. As for this first matchup, of course, Zino and Newborns fighting for their life on the line. Zino Esports look pretty spicy here up against Team Spectrum.
Zino Esports, we saw them, I would say, kind of struggle a little bit. Although it is true that they are one of the better teams out there. They're not, well if you compare them to Yangon Galacticos as well as Mythic Seal, who are the top teams in the Myanmar region, when it comes to Zino Esports, they're not pushovers anyways. However, we can see that against TSM, when they faced up the first time, it wasn't an easy route for them. They are finding a lot of mistakes. They are giving so much advantage to their opponents that eventually TSM is able to win in game number 1. But game number 2, you saw them wake up and eventually take over the early game, where they, I would say, thrive on. And I think that Zino Esports is a team that likes to play early with your Phobius, with your Granger. They want to fight as much as possible, especially when they draft for the Kalia. So you gotta expect that from Zino Esports.
Yeah, that team fight tactics that you would say out of Zino Esports are really interesting. It keeps getting people off kilter just because of the ways that we did have those brackets come out, those matches over the last few days. It really did show that they had that strength in terms of their mechanics. I think one thing that Zino Esports need to be able to bring out later on here on our first series would be to be able to have maybe a little bit cleaner execution. That's the number one thing that would make the difference between them and Newborns, because Newborns as a team, they're really clean.
Yeah. However, I would still put probably will put my money on Zino Esports in this particular matchup, just because of the fact that I know more of them than I know of Newborns. I'm definitely gonna expect this game to be longer. I think that this might go the distance, a 5-game series. It might be very close between the games that we are going to see right now, because there's no clear distinction between the two teams of who will eventually win it all. I think that this is equally matched, so it's gonna be a very exciting best of 5 match we are gonna have soon.
Yeah, I have a feeling it is going to be going the distance. And speaking of putting your money on it, guys, if you don't know, we do have the promo code RIVALS. If you go ahead and make your first deposit, you get 100% bonus on your first deposit. So when you do, go ahead and put that code RIVALS to get yourselves that bonus on your first ever deposit. Unfortunately, if you already have done it, well, you can't get it the second time. Yeah. Well, with that being said, man, this best of 5, it's going to be one hell of a test. Looking at both of these teams, Newborns, the first time in the lower bracket, they've been dropped down here. But for Zino, they've been in survival mode for quite a while. So I think they would probably be a little bit more comfortable, at least sitting where they are right now, just because they've been there since the start of our bracket.
Yeah. So when it comes to the draft, we have to start talking about it. I believe that there will be a lot of priority on the Kalea still. So I know Suave here, we talked a little bit before we started casting. Kind of sick of seeing the Kalea. Unfortunately, I don't think that will go away. Especially with the new skins. I don't know if you've seen the new skins right now for. Do you know that there's a lot of like Naruto skins? Now
I'm
available
loving
in the game. Yeah, and with Kalea receiving one of those most important skins, Kalea, if I'm not mistaken, it's Sakura, right? So
yeah,
I'm pretty sure that teams will pick that hero more often now because there's an access to a great skin.
Yeah, I can't blame them. I mean, we've been also seeing a lot of Hayabusa, who's the Kakashi skin,
that's right,
over the last few weeks. The last few days, rather. But I mean, Hayabusa has also been one of the high priority picks in the bans. Is if they want to try and deny that early game aggression, right? Knowing that I think both these teams, they're really leaning into trying to be aggressive in the early game and really not let it get into the late game. Actually, more often than not, for both these teams, whenever it did come down to the bans and to the picks, right? The problem more often than not was that they didn't really have that insurance for the late game as well. But yeah, we're gonna be starting the draft here. Newborns on the blue side, Zeno on the red.
Yeah. Okay, and like I said, there's a lot of priority. That's good. There's going to be a lot of priority with the Kalea. I would expect that there is also a lot of focus on the glue right now. It might not be the first pick for both teams. It will not be pick one and pick two for blue or red side, but definitely going to be the first base. Definitely consideration in coming to the bans in the second phase. A hero that also has been the focus of teams right now is the chip. Now, because of some of the changes in the
Oh
meta
yeah.
game that we have, the chip has now risen to the priorities of the teams, especially because it's hard to play against a chip, and it's also not that easy to pull off a chip. So it's like a high risk, high reward kind of hero. But the teams that do know how to play it are very scary teams. So end of the day, it's much better to just ban out the chip if you are on red side.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the play here. We've seen a chip maybe twice so far in the tournament, and when the chip did come out, they I think the same thing actually. When we saw that happen just last week, whenever chip was showing up in our picks, you'd see that early game aggression. Once we hit about the 9-10 minute mark, then they start falling behind, right? So
Yeah.
for both these teams, they're really going to have to worry about that late game presence as well, knowing that they do have somewhat of a similar play style when it comes to the actual game in the land of Dawn.
Yeah. So apart from the chip, there's the Louis that also provides a lot of teleportation, a lot of map control. So chip and Louis, definitely two heroes that you have to look out for in the first phase. And then you have this classic matchup between the Joy as well as the Suyo. Suyo, aka Sasuke, right now.
Sasuke.
Also one of the priorities. Now we are seeing the Joy has been banned. So Zeno, I'm not entirely sure if they are considering getting the Hayabusa as their priority because of the fact that the Joy is already banned in the previous game.
Yep. You also saw a ban out of Matilda over there.
Oh yeah.
Matilda wasn't getting too much priority, but towards the latter part of our playoffs, just the last day before today, we did see quite a few attempts at the Matilda. It did come down to problems in sustaining themselves in the late game, just because the Matilda gives them that extra movement speed, that extra. That extra opportunity to travel around and get yourselves in some interesting spots to catch your opponents by surprise is why
Mhm.
Matilda has started to become a little bit more prominent here in 1xBet Rivals Mekong.
Yeah. So that being said, I'm curious to see what the answers will be because usually when there's the Hayabusa on the opposite side of the draft, like for example, there is a blue side pick on the Hayabusa, you probably will not pick up squishy heroes like the Harith, which is heavily countered by assassins. But knowing that teams can pick up both the Hayabusa and the Harith together, that means that it can be the choice. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure if this. Okay, so it changed. It is the Framis. I thought it will be a Ranger and the Harith. So it's going to be Harith,
Oh,
Framis,
that's
as well as
interesting.
Lucas. Lucas, a hero that can be played in the jungle as well. Then this opposite end, it will be the Valentina to go with the Kalea and the Hayabusa.
And this interests me as well. I feel like Zeno may have wanted this Valentina maybe in the second phase of picking to maybe give them a little bit more options when they want to try and initiate some team fights. The Tsunami Slam from the Kalia has been a great weapon for the roamers of most teams. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Cho, although it's usually the Cho that would be going head to head against the Kalia. But we're gonna get a glue ban. No surprise over there. Like we said earlier, the reworks are looking really good. Would have made things a lot more interesting if we actually did get to see glue on the server here in our first series.
Yeah. So it's with the glue being banned out. This means that you have to think about a different EXP laner for Zino Esports that will not struggle from the Valentine as well as the Hayabusa, which kind of makes me think Hilda is going to be the top priority now for Zeno. I don't know if there will be a chance for them to still pick it up because there's still a ban for newborns, and there's the fourth pick as well that they have to consider. With that get that catch up ban from newborns, it now opens up the idea: do you pick up the Hilda as your fourth pick for newborns?
Yeah, the thing about the Hilda as well is that it gives them a little bit more mobility when it comes to setting themselves up, right? Hilda just they're much more willing to take some risks to get themselves some information for the team and set them up for success here, especially with the Lucas in their comp right now. That would be a great way to give them a little bit more exploration here. One of the weak spots for newborns has been not being able to maintain that map control. So having both the Lucas that does have the Beast form available and the Hilda that basically takes information like from daylight robbery, so to speak, makes things a little easier for Zeno here. Looking like they did their homework, and the Beatrix is going to be the last ban for Zeno.
That's maybe the marksman of another marksman of choice, but there's still a lot of marksman choices now for newborns. We talked about the Kimir earlier. It's decent versus the Harith, also good versus the Faramis. I still feel like newborns should pick up their Hilda right now because if it is given to Zino Esports, they'll be in a lot of trouble. Apart from that, what they can pick up now is a Claude that is decent versus the Faramis. They will go for the Badang instead, are forcing Zino Esports to pick up the Hilda. I don't think that there'd be any other consideration here for Zeno Esports unless they want to pick up an assassin to match this Hayabusa, which I doubt will be the case. And then, apart from that, you're looking for a roamer for Zeno Esports. Most likely it's going to be Hylos, perhaps, or a Jawhead, so that they can have a good burst combo with a Harith. It seems like we're just waiting for the picks to come through.
Yeah, we have been seeing quite a lot of Hylos and the occasional Tigreal as well. Comboed actually as the last two picks from quite a lot of teams. That does include Zeno Esports, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick that out. Having the Implosion and the Glorious Pathway does make it a lot easier to get people in your area. The Khalid as the pick here makes things interesting.
Oh, that's going to be your roamer, Khalid, and then the Masha going to be in the EXP lane. A lot of burst damage, a lot of anti-marksman here for Zeno Esports. For newborns, they will have to pick a self-sustainable marksman that will not have any problems at all versus the Masha. Usually you pick up, I think only the Claude is good here, but they might just risk it all and pick up the Kimi for newborns.
Yeah, the Kimi now open. The newly revamped Kimi actually does add a lot of CC to the team, but it is going to be the Granger. Yeah, really a high priority pick for most of the teams so far in the tournament. I think the number one problem for newborns right now would be kind of getting past that nether round from the Faramis when it does come to the team fight situations, because all things considered, I do think that they may be lacking just a little bit in terms of sustainability for the longer team fights here. So they're really going to depend on that burst damage, the Kali setting them up for victory, and the Hayabusa, as well as your Granger.
Wow, this Granger is going to have a difficult time. Now, I think laning stage-wise, you're okay facing up against Harith, but the presence of the Masha is going to be a big problem for this Granger later on. There's a lot of one-hit potential coming out from that Masha. Can just dive into the backlines. The only defense that they can have here is the Kalia. But then, the Masha has a lot of bypass when it comes to like crowd control because of the passive and some of the extra effects of his skill. So, not entirely sure if this will be the best choice now for newborns.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what it looks like in the late game. Newborns have been that team that really thrives in the laning phase. In the early game, they get really active, which is why the Kalia is a really high priority pick for this team. They do love invading the enemy jungle with the Hayabusa, with the Kalia together, just making sure that they can prevent anyone from really snowballing in the early game. That way, it gives them a little bit more of a window to end the game before it gets to the point where they start falling behind in terms of power level.
Yeah. So this will always depend on the execution, but right now I'm really liking the draft that we are seeing from Zino Esports. It's very easy to execute. You have a straightforward way to win the match, you win your fights, win the laning stage. You have your Masha for the mid and the late game. You have a lot of neutral objective contention because of the fairness that is available to them. They also have Naruto. So that's Lucas.
Yeah.
Having Naruto on your side with Sakura, that's it's pretty strong. Oh, sorry. Kadeya is on the other team, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, Kadeya's
it's
on the team.
Team Sevens
Yeah.
in the. They're kind of fighting right now.
Yeah, yeah, they're on the opposite ends. But then again, yeah, Lucas is. I think this is a hero that you can expect to be part of the first few picks or the first phase picks for the upcoming matches, and it's mainly because of the fact that it can be flexed. It can be played in the jungler role as well as the EXP.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility there, which is why it's also been an interesting part of the draft, just because it gives a little more question marks rather than answers as to what you want to answer back in the draft, just because of that flexibility between going beast mode and just being your regular Lucas, right? But yeah, a lot of things have a lot of matches rather have really come in the balance or depended on execution. Quite a lot of times we've seen some better drafts out of certain teams, but the execution was falling behind just because of how complicated some of the mechanics of the newer heroes are. We've been seeing some misplays on the Suyo as well, missed timings. So a lot of communication is going to be key here for every team.
All right. So it seemed wow.
What is
Okay.
that odds?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I can't blame it between Zeno and Newbirds. Not all the teams, or not all the viewers that we have, or not all the fans that we have know of Newbirds. They are, with their namesake, are new to this scene.
Oh
They
yeah.
did take out. I think they won against Mythic Seal once, or against
They did
but
take one game away from Mythic Seal, so
that's
yeah.
right. So that's also commendable. But then this is Zino Esports, more known in the scene. You have, I would say, a lot of experience for Zino Esports in comparison to Newborn. It's just understandable that the odds will be like that.
Yeah, when it comes to experience, that also helps them just be cool under pressure. Even if you're falling behind, just stick to your game plan, know how to play it here. We are looking at what could be an altercation up in mid. Bloods trying to find some sort of opportunity to push them away, make sure that the laning phase doesn't run away from them. But Zeno, they're so active across the map. Look at the amount of information they're getting from here.
So it's going to be the turtle fight that will define what will be the case for newborns. There's always that exchange between the neutral objectives and the purple buff that could be the case for newborns, because I don't think that they can fight in the turtle fight. I think that they are going to be disadvantaged, but we'll see what will happen. Turtle fight starts. It's going to be a little bit slower for Zino Esports as they want to get Xiaoyan to level 5 right now. Boss card already initiating with Index. Index is low, has to run away. Xiaoyan is level 5, and there's no chance at all for Newbirds to fight this. Unless they want to, nice initiation coming in the Badang! But the Fairness ultimate, that's going to be the problem. They have been baited in, and now there's a lot of trouble for Newbirds. They will take out one, but in exchange for two, and possibly a turtle, Zino Esports are very happy about that.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be happy about this. Now, Index setting it up. Tsunami Slam already there. Xiaoyan catching them out in the open. There's going to be a lot of damage done. But Zeno, Boss Coin, will take down Index. Cannot get the turtle. Shizu comes away with a nice little steal.
And for some reason, Zino Esports still loses on the turtle. And the fact that Shizu was alive all throughout that, getting 3 out of the 3 kills for Newborns is 1-0 and 2. And now a level ahead. And now another good initiation coming up from Super Bender. My goodness, Bender saving the day for Newborns. They even denied 2 cannon minions away from Zino Esports up top. And this definitely is an early game that Newborn wanted.
Yeah, gonna be expecting it as well. I mean, look at Index. This guy has been so consistent throughout the entire tournament so far, just setting up his teammates for victory, being able to pick out who they really want to take. Right, the target selection has been pretty good for newborns so far in the tournament, but we'll just have to see if they can bring this into the later game. Superbird half HP right now as Shizu is kind of threatening their lives here, making sure that they're not getting away with too much information.
Yeah. A lot of bad things that went into
Oh,
Zino Esports.
boy.
They will go for the initiation. Super Light is out.
Again.
You know, the Zaman Force is going to be there. Xiaoyan for to take out
Xiaoyan.
Shao Kahn, so that's going to be great. The farm is also burned, and Xiaoyan will tank through it all. Zino Esports finds a good pickoff after Newborns already found a good initiation. So definitely Zino Esports are happy about that trade.
Yeah, be happier about the outcome of that. Here's Superbird threatening Shizu underneath the turret. Couldn't take away later, but that is going to discourage them from trying to stay in this area for a little bit longer. Maybe go for a recall. But they are going to be duoed up with the Khalid here in the bottom lane.
Good usage of the Purify to get out of harm's way.
Superbird.
Superbird. Initiation coming from Kalia. Superbird has to flicker out. Is safe for now. Now in comes
There goes
Boston
the
in the gap.
cavalry.
Index is low. Index is the target. It will be taken out. The Kalia is stacking through, but not enough. And now the Valentina,
he's
copy the
still
Khalid
going.
ultimate, has to be taken out. But in comes the Badang once again,
Zino.
saving the day. It's going to be the Valentina still taken out, but Zino Esports have lost their Masha. Might mean that Newborns will take over this turtle pit.
It's going to be possibly the second turtle now for Newborns without much of a fight. Now Super Light solo. Superbender is keeping them away. Xiaoyan
Oh, no.
is still going to be alive though. The referee holder is right around there. So it's
Oh,
going to be a
no.
question. No! They couldn't take it. Shizu steals it away. The Netherrealm brought out here.
Oh no, that is gonna be Xiaoyan taken out. The Netherrealm already used, as well as the Zaman Force. In comes Boscoin, but now he wants to take a Super
What?
Bender. That is gonna be a good shutdown, but he will be taken out as well. Index once more. They have found Superbird. There is the creep that kind of blocks some of the damage coming from the Ranger, but with the Skyguard, with the Piercer, they were able to take out two more, and Newborns now leading by so much.
Just walking away very happy after that. Not much value from Zino. Xiaoyan has been struggling. Every time you get close to the possibility of getting a neutral objective, Shizu is just perfect on the retribution. Great timing on this always, and now they're so far behind. 3,000 gold behind, in fact, from Newborns, that they're really going to have to depend on getting into the late game because Xiaoyan has really not have had that much impact so far.
Yeah, pushed down the bottom. The Kalea with the initiation once again. The Purify with that save later as he is taken out. Newborns is going to stay for a little bit. Index is going to be taken out because of that, but that is a kill onto later. And the Purify even also expended. Newborns are now taking over the map. Look at the top lane. It's also getting pushed by Kant as well as Bender.
And looking like they want to keep going. Blood also warning Boss Coin, I dare you. Try and take the attack. He's not even going to get that chance now, though. Rest of the team has shown up. Super Light cannot be seen. A little bit of a warning shot here, making sure that they don't try and push forward. Protecting that tier 2 turret right now.
My God, another the turtle.
Shizu again.
The game. So the Superbird out. That's the Faramis out for
No sustainability
the
here.
fight. They don't have the Faramis ultimate, and up top, Superbender already zoning out two of the members of Zino Esports before the turtle respawns. Now Boscoin goes for Bladuri. Now he's low. Bladuri is gonna get out. And look at the Badang again with the initiations. They countered Xiaoyan once again. The turtle goes to Newborns, and they get to. They still want more. Superbender still has the flicker. No ultimate, but he doesn't need it. Wants to go for it later. He knows that there's no Purify, but in comes the counter. The Faramis as well as the Khalid. Now they want to go for the dive. The Faramis ultimate being expended, but can't with the damage, with the Sky Piercer, and a lot more with the Rondo. They will take out two more. Newborns up 6K, and they still want more. They're fishing. They're looking. Later is gonna get out for now.
And every time they meet, man, it's looking like a steamroll from Newborns. Despite that, the odds, they're still in favor of Zino right now. 9.35, so those bettors out there, well, take the chance while you can. But man, every time they meet, it doesn't matter who's there, who's in the front, who's in the back. It just seems to me that Newborns, their positioning has been great. They've been able to split Zino up into groups, and it doesn't matter here who you're facing up against. Is it Blood? Is it Shizu? Doesn't matter. You're gonna be melted down in a matter of seconds.
Oh man, the more of the push with Newborns. Getting so much out of this map. They are leading by 7,000 despite having the worst odds compared to Zeno by a big margin. Are now leading a lot in game number 1. When it comes to push, Super Can't able to clear that out. Bladuri does have the Lucas ultimate. Countered the Lucas so much with the Valentina. They're going to be happy with the push up. But push down the bottom lane, and in the mid, Kalia, just
It's
going
gonna look spicy.
for an initiation, but did not go through.
They're just daring them to try it again.
Oh my god.
Because every time they do, they just get
my-
melted down against Super Cons. Not even a chance for Superbird to get out of dodge here. Now they're gonna try and whittle down these turrets down to the last 3. The inhibitors left standing in Super Light solo. And here comes the Tsunami Slam, moving them back. Can't stay alive for long. Xiaoyan is gone. That's the jungler down, and the Lord also here. But I don't think they even need it. Look at this. They're just gonna push all the way forward. 10,000 gold difference. Boscoy not even able to stay long. But it's looking like they can fight back just for a little bit longer with Boscoy. Supercon is going absolutely insane here, Wolf.
Oh my goodness. They tried to go for the play state. It looked to be very winnable for Zino Esports, especially with the fact that they have the Faramis, which deals more damage the more heroes there are in the vicinity. Did take out so much of the HPs coming out from Newborns, but there was just so much of a lead that Newborns have had when it comes to the items and the levels, that even when there's a good initiation coming from Zino Esports, it did not matter. Now Newborns will have the Lord on their side, and at about 11,000 gold, almost 11,000 gold ahead of the competition. This is going to be difficult for Zino Esports to hold on to.
Yeah, it's going to be a waking nightmare for Zino Esports here. An uphill battle of epic proportions right now. They can't even risk pushing out of their base because you never know who's going to be waiting in the brush right now. The Masha so far forward for Zino Esports. Boscoin keeping control of the upper part of their jungle here. Might be met. He's daring them to show their faces, but right now the Lord is just going to be trudging along here down the mid lane. Coin is waiting for the opportunity to take some damage now. Seasbender does have to run away, though. It's not going to be easy, and the Lord is right there, already starting it off with the crystal.
Oh my goodness.
And here it comes! The Tsunami Slap coming from them, the Netherrealm as well later. Takes down Index, though. It might be possible, but Shizu taking down 2 in quick succession. This might be it, Wolf. Game number 1 for Newborns.
Oh, Newborns with utilizing that Badang so well in the first turtle. That is definitely the reason why they won that game. So it started out as a good start coming out from Zino Esports. They have all the tools that they needed. They were able to take out 2 of their members. Oh, I think that they got the turtle, or they almost got the turtle after taking out 2 members of Newborns. But then Super Bender, the Badang, goes for the initiation, the counter initiation, to eventually take out the jungler of Zino Esports in Turtle 1, eventually winning the fight, getting 3 out of the 5 total kills in that region that favored eventually the team of Newborns, also allowing the Hayabusa Shizu to snowball out of control. And that is the reason why there was a lot of early game control from Newborns.
Yeah, it was looking really good. We talked about the aggression from Newborns. The execution was really well thought out. There was a lot of mispositions from their opponents. Where in the Faramis, you would prefer usually going to be in the back lines, keeping that team alive. Quite a few times they did get picked off, unfortunately. But that also comes with the fact that just the comp right now for Newborns really favor them. The Kalia able to pick out 1 target and just fetch them back, bring them back to the rest of the team, and just repeat that, rinse and repeat until everything ended. There was just really no chance right now for them to come back against Newborns here.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's still a 5 game series. I think that the draft still. I still will favor the draft that we saw from Zino Esports. But there were so many good stuff that we saw from newborns when it comes to like we're just comparing the draft that we did not see on surface level. For example, the fact that there's the Valentina to counter the Lucas was also pretty evident that it will be an advantage. Although when it comes to like the Faramis, between the Faramis and the Lucas, there's a lot of ultimates that the Valentina can eventually copy. But at the end of the day, we saw that newborns just favored that Lucas to copy the ultimate coming out from the Lucas to win the fights much better for the side of newborns.
Yeah, the way that newborns played it was pretty interesting to me. I feel like this was not what Xeno were going to be expecting out of them. I think the game plan was similar to what we were thinking, right? Wherein they were going to be going more kind of favoring not the Lucas in particular, right? But yeah, unfortunately, the Lucas was the target. It was a pick your poison kind of situation for them in Xeno there. But yeah, the game plan was really solid here. The execution was great. We'll just have to see whether or not Xeno can get their bearings in the second game to try and keep themselves alive in the series. It is a best of 5 after all. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, we're gonna see some of the post-game stats. And so then I would assume that this is heavily in favor of newborns, 25-9. Look at that matchup between Xiaoyan as well as Shizu, 10-0 and 13 for the Hayabusa, the jungler of newborns. Compare that to 2-5-5 from Xiaoyan that had a great start. Like literally the first 2 minutes was in favor of this Lucas, but then it faltered so quickly just because of Super Bender, this Badan. On point ultimates, on point usage of second skill fist crack, and then eventually took over the game afterwards.
Yeah, definitely one of the problems right now has been shown. Earlier in the tournament, whenever we did see the drafts, Badang would usually be the first ban for every game. Zeno left it open and gave newborns the opportunity to pick up that Badang, and it really bit them in the butt later on in the game, man. The way that they picked themselves up with every fight, right? Xiaoyan was initiating fights everywhere on the map, but every time they wanted to do it, even with the Netherrealm being brought out, there was just too much damage from the Granger, from the Hayabusa, and not to mention the Kalia just being able to pick and choose who they want to fight in the front lines.
Yeah. The Kalea allowed newborns to also have a lot more depth when it comes to big initiations, a lot of tankiness as well because of, again, just getting a very good early game. Maybe a silent MVP of this game is Super Kanto. It's 11-0 and 6, 11-1 and 6 KDA. Getting the Sky Piercer early with the Hunter Strike allowed this Granger, the gold laner for newborns, to output a lot of damage and join the fights much earlier than the Harith. And I guess it's also because of the fact that Shizu was able to get into the gold lane and apply a lot of pressure on the gold laner of Zino Esports that allowed for newborns to eventually get this W.
Yeah, there was so much depth actually to the way that newborns were rotating across the map. Now that you point it out, that Granger and Shizu were just given so much resources, wherein Xeno were just denied everything, right? Not even in their own jungle. At some point, they couldn't even get their own orange and purple buffs just because Shizu was there. Index was lurking around, waiting for someone to walk into the bush, and even Blood. Wherein Blood isn't necessarily the scariest person to be there, but if you see Blood, then the assumption is that you're probably going to be seeing Shizu or Index close by at some point.
Yeah. Speaking of Index, I would assume that this Kalea will also be the priority for the blue side team next game. I don't know if there will be a switch between the sides. So I think that it will be now newborn's choice to gonna be choosing the side. But before that, let's look at the MVP. Shizu 10-0 and 13. Super duper good early game. 92% kill participation for an assassin. That's usually not the case. Having 92% kill participation as an assassin jungler, it just means that you've had a great start at the game.
Yeah, especially with the Hayabusa right now being one of the most in fashion or in meta heroes
Yeah.
currently. The Hayabusa, no surprise here, they really leaned into that early game aggression and just let it snowball from there. Because there at some point there really wasn't a weak link. There wasn't one singular person that you wanted to attack first on Newborn's roster at that point.
Yeah. Why don't we look back at the game and see what happened in what happened in our game? I think that this will be, if you're going to be looking at the game itself, you want to focus on turtle number one because it looked really
It looked
already
dire.
looked like a already looked like a game that will be favoring the side of Zino Esports, but Newborns just turn it around again because of Super Bender, the Badang that we saw perform so well in that game.
Yeah, he really was a difference maker here. He was kind of that man who would be setting up the team for victory. Yeah, I was talking about Index quite a lot, but just being able to zone people out and single out certain targets from Zeno, it activated quite a lot of people. If I'm not mistaken, everyone on Newborns to really get the most out of that early game, especially in that first turtle, right, where it didn't look like it was going to be favoring Newborns, but the execution was great out of them. They really pulled a rabbit out of a hat. I mean, Shizu started off with 3 kills, which is absurd when you think about that comp on the other side of the map here.
Now a level ahead, and now another.
Yeah, and as you can see here, right, it's always the Badang, wherein they're able to single out not just one, maybe even 2 targets, just because of how squishy they were. Even with the existence of the Netherrealm, right, they keep calling out Super Bird as one of the biggest threats on Zeno's side because of that. And that's a pretty big problem for them when it did come down to it. But yeah, in the end, it was utter domination out of Newborns, wherein it came down to the execution again. It's an interesting thing where you feel like one team lost the draft, but when it came down to the server, they just did better. Yeah, and there's quite a lot of openings, one would say, for Zeno. Again, there was a lot of maybe some miscommunication, maybe not being able to call the shots for some of the encounters, for some of the team fights when they were happening, where in you couldn't really decide. But to be fair, right, after the first 2 turtles and even the first lord, who do you even prioritize at that point? Even Supercont, who should have been maybe that one man you wanted to target early in the game to maybe make things a little bit easier later into the team fight. Even if you wanted to get him, he was able to just get so much resources, so much gold early in the game that this guy got into mid-game form and we were still in the laning phase. It's pretty bonkers when you think about it. Yeah, like the Hayabusa as well, right, was so productive every time they would choose that setup. The quad shadow gives you a lot of range about where you want to go and some options to try and disengage as well when these moments did come. I mean, we saw quite a few attempts from Boss Coin to activate his team. Xiaoyan also, usually the star player for Zeno, was just so silent all throughout this game. You could see I think we saw this clip earlier, actually, when it did come down to those kinds of fights, even with the ultimates. I mean, I'm gonna keep harping on this again and again, but the gold difference was just so vast that even if you had the right game plan, even if you had the right positioning, you were just outclassed because of the quality of equipment that Newborns had.
See the replays once again, 5 minutes in, kasi Index with that initiation. And Supercon, the Granger that is activated at 5 minutes, generally means that you have a great game ahead of you if you're playing the Granger. And then he gets to a killing spree at third turtle. They get a double kill on top of that. And then the third turtle, afterwards, they even fought more. They had more kills after the third turtle. They eventually will take out the Lord and then take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a drastic takeover, Wolf. These guys looked so good. We I mean, I love getting proven wrong. We were very wrong on this one. We thought that Zino were gonna kind of run away with it, not because of the experience, because of the draft, just having a solid idea behind it. But Newborns, they had some great execution, some micro plays that really activated the team. Even this one, whenever you see Index setting up his team for victory here, and you would see quite a few times during these team fights, they would really split it up into a couple of different groups, a couple of different fights going on. And then the target selection was just immaculate from them. Superbender splitting them down the middle, and then Blood and Supercont going to town on the enemy team. Zino stood no chance, especially at this point, right? When we got to about 7-6 minutes, even if it was maybe a 5v3 at some point in these fights, I feel like it still wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah. And that makes me more excited about the next game. I do remember that the odds were heavily in favor of Zino Esports to win this series, as you know. But then again, Newborns are already starting off with a bang. If they continue this kind of stride when it comes to their gameplay and when it comes to their draft choices, I'm not saying that they outdrafted the opponents, their opponent Zino Esports. All I'm saying is that I think that their draft is very comfortable. It's very easy to execute, and I think that they know the ins and outs of this kind of composition. That means keeping the core intact. They need an assassin for Shizu. They will eventually need the Kalea or any kind of initiation tool for Index. And if they do kind of keep this kind of strategy, they might just take this series.
Yeah, Newborns have been playing this kind of comp more or less the entire tournament, right? Where it does depend quite a lot on the Kalea, but even with the Kalea gone, they have quite a few options. We've seen Index pick out Cho once or twice, so we know that it's not a one-dimensional pick. So they're really gonna have to keep their eyes peeled for Zino to make sure that they kind of want to counter this. They have to worry about not just the draft itself, wherein you think you have a solid idea, you think you understand what Newborns want to bring to the server, but when it comes down to it, man, there's just ever so slightly a small difference that you were not going to be expecting. The micro from Newborns was great in game one, but yeah, it's game two now. Let's see what the adaptations are going to be for Zino Esports to try and keep themselves in the game.
Okay, so Zino Esports is going to be transferring into the red side now. It's blue side for Newborns. They will still ban out the chip, interestingly. So we know for sure that there is a lot of emphasis on that hero. Despite them being in the blue side, they will still ban it. Typically, it is a red side ban. But it might be just because Newborns did not have enough time to really master this chip composition. Because again, as good as the hero is, it's not an easy hero to pull off when it comes to a full-on 5v5.
There's definitely a lot of room for error if you do choose the chip. There, one small miss in timing could really be the difference between life and death here. But the Badang is going to be banned out rather by Newborns. They do not want that being in the hands of Zino. And the Zushin now showing up here in our ban list as well. They want to make sure that Newborns can't bring out some of their other little toys when it comes to these fights.
Yeah. It's going to be the... yeah. But dang, it's surprisingly a ban for newborns. Yeah, I think that they're quite scared that this will be stolen by Zino Esports. There still is that prospect of Kalia. And I doubt that it will be the ban for newborns. I still feel that Zino Esports should ban that out. It's going to be the glue for newborns. A
Ooh.
lot of that means that there's a lot of high priority picks that are open for both teams to take. You have the Joy, you have the Suyo, you have the Hayabusa as well, and most importantly, the Kalia that we have been talking about for the past few minutes.
Yeah. And we're gonna see whether or not Xeno wants to ban out that Kali or whether they want it open as maybe an option here. But considering the way that Newborns was playing earlier, they're definitely their high priority would be able to get one of those setup heroes here. So that's gonna be the Phoveus gone, thanks to Xeno. Newborns, let's see if they want to prioritize the Kalia or leave it open for Xeno to try and steal it away, because at this point in
There
time,
it
yeah,
is.
there you go. The Kalia is very central to the game plan for Newborns, which is peel one off from the main group and then go to town on that one guy before splitting
Yeah.
them up.
So typically, what you get now for Zeno Esports is to steal that Hayabusa, so that you're not forced to take the Harith. Although Harith is still a pretty good choice. There's the Hilda.
Oh,
So this Hilda is a pick for Zeno Esports that they kind of prep so that eventually, if newborns are gonna pick up the Hayabusa, that means that they have an answer at least. That's Hilda versus the Hayabusa. But the Hayabusa is still pretty good versus the Harith overall. So I will not be surprised if that would be the choice for newborns. To go with that, you pick up perhaps the Valentina again, because there is the potential for a Lucas for Zeno to be picked.
yeah, this is. I do understand the idea here from Xeno is to keep them a little bit more mobile, a little harder to catch, which is why the Harith has been in their picks here. But it's going to be the Granger
Oh.
and the Joy. So they're going to be matching up speed for speed here in our current draft, which is going to be an interesting one for me. I do feel that the Joy, the electrifying beats, is going to be a great way to channel some of that damage output when it comes down to the up close and personal team fights.
Yeah. Look at that. It's the Hayabusa for Zeno Esports, which the usual answer to the Joy. Joy is super duper good for newborns, I feel like, because it is a great hero to answer the Harith. Although the Harith is generally happy against the Joy. And Zeno Esports also drafted this Hayabusa. So do you have two heroes that are good versus the Joy? However, the Joy is still gonna have a lot of fun in this game with in combination with the Kriya, with the AOE stomp from the slam, and then the ultimate coming out from the Joy is, yeah, has a good synergy with the ultimate of the Kalia as well. So there's that combo that we're seeing. However, I think Zeno are also pretty comfortable with the draft that they have. They have this heal that to tank the damage coming out from this Ranger. Not that threatened by this Joy so much. But this Harith is generally okay when going up against the Joy, especially if you get one lockdown hero. So I'm gonna assume that newborn should be looking to either ban the Cho or the Johead, because these two heroes are gonna be good for Zeno Esports for them to lock down this Joy. Another option is the Tigreal or the Tigreal. It could be picked up by Zeno. Maybe the last pick, because you have to consider the prospect of a Valentina being picked up by our opponents.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, the kind of a statement pick earlier in that first game. But yeah, Valentina's gonna be banned out, so newborns don't want any of that noise. Making sure that they're not gonna be stuck in a pick your poison position here when it comes to the picks. But that is going to be the Farsa for Zeno Esports. A little bit of artillery, a little bit of control when it comes to playing up close and personal, like we talked about earlier. When it comes to the down and dirty, muddy wrestling with the 5v5 team fights, newborns really excel at that. And I do feel like Farsa is going to be a great option here. The only problem is that when you do want to bring out your Feathered Airstrike, you're going to be stuck in one spot, which opens a lot of violence, especially with the Kalia existing on Newborn's current lineup.
Oh man, this Farsa is such a good pick for Zino Esports because it opens up a lot of possible options for a combo like the Jawhead and the Cho. Are they pretty good? The Tiger that we talked about earlier. So it's going to be the Vexana, which I have not seen in a very
Ooh.
long time. But we do see the Lucas, which is great now for newborns. Great answer to the Hayabusa. You have decent laning, decent jungling speed compared to the Hayabusa.
Oh, there
There's the
you
Cho
go.
that we talked about. Cho and Farsa, great combination. You have your lockdown against the Granger. And you might just leave this Joy just running around. Will be a problem eventually, but the fact of the matter is all of the heroes from newborns are gonna struggle from this combo from Zeno Esports that chose was the Farsa. But then this is still gonna be a different story because the draft is a separate story on its own. And if we look at how the game one went, you just can't expect anything from newborns as well as Zeno. This might be a totally different game than we see from the draft. So I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one now as well, looking at both teams having the opportunity to actually initiate the fight, right? We talked about the Kalia, kind of two sides of the same coin, one an option as an alternate to the other, but this time they are now going to be going head to head here in game number two. Newborns looking to get themselves to a 2-0, and Zeno looking to even out the scoreline.
Already, we are seeing some laning shenanigans coming out from this Cho, already exploring many parts of the map. Meanwhile, up top, it's going to be the Lucas versus the Hilda, which I know for sure is Lucas' favorite, but the fact of the matter is, Hilda is it's almost a non-laner, if you get my meaning. It just clears out the
Yeah.
lane, gets out of it, and then goes to the jungle. It's pretty much what the Hilda does. So matchups don't matter so much when it comes to dealing with the Hilda. Look at Boscoy just clearing out the wave and then getting out, just putting a lot of pressure in other parts of the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility that comes with just having the Hilda there. Right? It is, of course, number one, able to kind of sustain itself in the lane, but at the same time, yeah, like you said, there's a lot of options, a lot of flexibility in the Hilda, just exploring around the map, cutting lanes halfway through, and maybe catching some people by surprise. Because look at this, they're already gearing up here in the middle. Coin
Yeah.
and Xiaoyan inside the bush, just daring them to move forward here.
The fighting for the turtle for sure. It seems like the Hilda as well as the Farsa will get their ultimates up after clearing this wave. I wonder if Superlight is concerned about getting his own level 4. It seems like that's not going to be the case. They're just going to be putting themselves here in the mid lane. Superlight as well as Index going to be fighting for who is going to get the aggro of the Lord. Eventually, is gonna let go, and they are forcing Superlight to get level 4, but Super Bender already starting the fight. Look at that initiation, almost taking out Super Bird, but now in trouble is Hilda. Boscoy is taken out. In comes more. Super Bender wants to go for Superlight. In comes the ultimate, the way of the dragon, but for the defense only. He will have to run away. Xiaoyan goes for the ultimate, but look at that Vexana ultimate tanking some the damage. And of course, Super Bender with the stun. Shizu will take the turtle once again, and my oh my, newborns back at it again. Great
yeah, they
start
have
for the
done
team.
it again, man. It's a mess. We talked about this earlier. Superbird, yes, there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of potential for the combo, but the problem was, right, funnily enough, as mentioned on the Feathered Airstrike, you can't get any closer unless you have your Flicker to get yourself into a better position. And Superbird really didn't get any utility out of that.
Oh my goodness. Good kick, but what about that counterplay? It was Index once again going in for Super Bird. So Superlight actually nailed that combo with that ultimate, with the Way of the Dragon. But the Kalea coming out from Newborns was ready for the counterplay, stunning Super Bird. So there wasn't any follow-up from the Way of the Dragon, and they eventually took 2 members with the Joy being in there as well. 4-0 for Newborns.
The micro from Newborns is so good here. Index has been doing such a great job just setting up his teammates for victory here. Knowing that Index is around, now it should be a point of fear for them. And Coin now initiating against Super Bender. Total disrespect, by the way, right underneath the tier 2 turret here. Just, you can see how far away newborns are actually from that side of the jungle. They're really not actively pursuing it, but they come back in a different way. They go for map control elsewhere to make sure that they are at least in a better position to get themselves to the high ground here.
No. Not gonna be newborn. With this lead, we're setting up for the turtle. Shizu is now available. Shizu's Starlim scythe, is now available. He'll be clearing out the mid lane for sure. Super Bender will show himself for now. Index just scouting out. Members of Zino Esports will not find anyone in the ramps bush. We'll be setting up for this turtle once again. Five members for newborns. Gonna be setting up as the Kalea already goes for the first kill. Bosscoin is gonna be stunned up, is gonna be ulted up, and in comes the Farsa. Ultimate countered by Super Bender once again onto the backlines. In comes Shizu. That is gonna be the damage from the Hayabusa. It's almost negligible. They take out Super Count, which is great. Now Super Bender gonna be falling against later. It's gonna be Shizu on the backlines. Bosscoin now gonna be the exchange. Later is not gonna be stand up. Laduri actually misses that one. No ultimate available for the Hayabusa for now, but Shizu is in full health. We're still gonna be contesting this turtle. In comes later, actually being very brave because it does have the ultimate. But now he's getting stunned up. He's getting outplayed. He's gonna be taken out. That's gonna be later taken out, and it's Shizu to take the turtle as well. Index low, gonna be kicked. It's gonna be taken out for a double kill for Super Bird, but that means already newborns are gonna be happy with that trade, getting the gold laner of Zino Esports and the turtle on top of it.
Yeah, definitely a good fight from Zino, but it unfortunately was not going to be enough. Not a single neutral objective so far in the series, by the way, for Zino Esports. They're really struggling when it comes to these turtle takes to the Lord takes here. Newborns, despite the fact that Zino have a really good idea of trying to keep map control, just exploring around, right? You have Bosscoin cutting the lanes, keeping information available for his team to enable them for these kinds of fights. It's just not enough right now, just because newborns have a solid idea of what the game plan has to be here. Even with Shizu, we talked about Shizu being susceptible to the lockdown from the show. They haven't had the opportunity to do it just because of how newborns are able to respond almost immediately here, but they're gonna walk right into it. What is that? A lot of damage now gonna be done.
Robert does have the Purify. Here comes the kick flicker once again. Index is gonna dodge some of the damage. Will tank through that full combo of the Farsa and the Cho. That is not going to be good for Zino Esports. They do have some sort of split push up top. Will be answered heavily by this Joy. And then the bottom lane, they also get to defend that Zino Esports equalizing. But in exchange for a flicker onto Super Light, they might not be very happy about that result. Gives Newborn Esports setting up in the mid lane again in preparation for the next turtle we're going to have. Be scouting out the area here. Super Light is going to be scouted out and will be zoned out.
Yeah, some great zoning here. Index, of course, going to be the front line here. Doesn't care if they know whether or not they're there. This is going to be the opportunity for them. Already, look at the damage. Turtle already half. And the Index starting it off already. Super Bird is going to be down. And Shizu again with the turtle. The kill on the Super Light as well. They're not done. They're still hungry, Wolf. And they're chasing them down. Bosscoin barely alive, limping. Just trying to get themselves to safety here. And it's going to be comboed with another tower as well.
Oh my. And that means that Newborns will get this Tier 1 turret in the mid lane. And onto the bottom lane, there's also a push coming out from the Joy. They will try to invade, but Index gonna receive brunt of the damage, and that's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. He's very tanky. He's a Kalea. In comes Bosscoin to finish off Index. Now they are overextending. They still want more. Four of the members of Zino Esports coming together up top and taking out Index. Although it took so much time, it was a free kill for Zino Esports. A big break that they needed so badly in this game.
Yeah, a little bit of extra gold to get themselves back into the game. Right now, they're lagging behind about 3,000. And with the Lord coming up right now, they want to try and get rid of Shizu maybe a little bit earlier, so the retry is not available for newborns here. The problem is, again, they're getting punished by kind of the lack of range here. Superbird bringing out the Feathered Airstrike, trying to do some extra damage here, keeping them away. but maybe a little bit too early on that front as well.
Gonna be the second, the next. I mean, the next neutral objective is going to be the Lord. And with a 4K gold lead for newborns, the fact that they have 3, 0, and 6 on their joy means that they have a great chance at taking this Lord. Now, push up down bottom. Gonna be boss going to take it. They still have a lot of catching up to do when it comes to their gold.
Definitely a lot. And now, Newborns also gets another turret up top here. So it's going to be 1-for-1. The conceal from Super. We're trying to get themselves into position. Now Super Light setting them up. And here comes the Feathered Airstrike as well. But they've already gotten away. Again, the problem with the range. The Farsa is just too easy to get away from. Newborns just hit the eject button and they're unreachable.
And that is a problem because that's a flicker with by Super Light. Index will have his flicker sooner than Super Light, so that will be important because of the blue cell together. And now Lord, 50% HP. Shizu wants to burst it halfway there. They want to go for this one. That's gonna be the retribution. They take it and they take more. Super Light is out. Super Bender looking for more targets. Boscoin in trouble. Super Bender actually turns for Super Bird, forces the ultimate, and now that's gonna be the wave clear coming up from Zino out and about. Newborn's gonna be okay with 1 kill and the Lord.
Keeps them ever so slightly close, ever so slightly alive at that point. If it wasn't for that Feathered Airstrike, they would have been goners there, or possibly even a wipeout, because Newborns, whenever they see the opportunity to go all in on a fight, they do. And more often than not, they walk away a little bit more victorious. But here it comes already, the damage being done. And already Xiaoyan out of harm's way.
Yeah, they want to clear the Lord as well with the Zaman Force, so this could be good. There is still a Titan minion. I get enough for a push. The ultimate for the Hayabusa has to be careful about that. Just poking in this case, but the purple buff will now belong to Newborns. Shizu will take it for sure. And the push still commences. They did take out the Lord, but they will not keep their turret in the middle.
All right, a little bit of a threat there. The Quad Shadow also shown as a sign of warning for Zino. Don't you dare. Might be a little bit too early. But it's going to be another turret again. Gone for Newborns. Now 5,000 gold and counting. The prospect of another Lord possibly being taken here. Zino, I don't know if they want to try and push this scattered, right? At this point, it feels like they are just walking away on the worst side of every encounter, of every team fight here, that they want to make sure that they're in a position for victory when it does come down to it, because Superlight has had quite a few attempts at setting up his team for victory. It just unfortunately was not fast enough. The damage is just not enough for those kinds of situations. Now Boscoin will spot out Index. They have an idea of where the rest of the team just might be, but Boscoin has to be careful here because he's definitely not the tankiest as one would want to be at this point.
Oh, this is taken out easily. It's going to be the Immortality pop now. Super Bender goes for the backline. Summon Force committed. There's the kick for the counter. Super Bender is out. That's going to be a kill for Zino Esports, and then Boscoin gets out scot-free as well. Might have lost the immortality, but they have a chance to defend. Or can they? There's a lot of damage. Now no more minions. They go for the initiate. Super Light is low, but he is still alive. Gets out of there, and they keep their turret up top. There's Xiaoyan for the split push. And all of a sudden, Zino Esports are getting some real estate in this game.
Yeah, much needed real estate. A little bit of breathing room for them, thanks to Xiaoyan. But I can't help but think that if it wasn't for Xiaoyan, it may have been a little bit easier for Zino to stop Newborns right then and there. But here, 5 seconds to the Lord. You actually see Boscoin right outside here. They find him here. Tsunami Slam already coming in. And Boscoin melted like a hot knife through butter right now as the rest of Zino Esports a little bit too late to the party. Feather Airstrike brought out. Index is going to be down. Xiaoyan activated. Now the damage coming in from the Hayabusa might be a little bit too much. Super Light is gone. Super Bird running for his life and later trying to get it, but it's just too much. Shizu gets the Lord out here and now they're going to keep going. Xiaoyan and the rest of Newborns 3 for 2 and the Lord for a little bit of better measure. Xiaoyan, the last man standing, running for his life.
It's going to be very bad for Zino Esports. They will not have a defense. That started out Scalea going in for the initiation onto Boscoin immediately. Zino Esports, because of their lane management, they might just live to see another day. might be able to prolong this game, especially because you can see Xiaoyan is able to get some sort of W's for Zino Esports. Will have the Blade of Despair now, and eventually will be able to clear the mid lane. It's not much from the newborns now to push, especially with the Joy just respawning. Boscoin dodges that initiation coming up from Index. It's gonna be good. It'll be very important, very crucial. Boscoin just dancing in front of newborns, able to dodge so many spells, and actually helped Zino Esports defend.
Yeah, looks like the power spike is finally going to be coming here for Zino Esports. They're able to last a little bit longer, keep themselves alive in these fights, and maybe get a few options, right? But it can't be denied that we are getting to that point where Newborns' comp might not be the best in the late game when it does come down to it. So Zino, they're just going to be biding their time here as where we get to that point where the gold lead doesn't really matter as much.
We'll see if Zino Esports can actually nail it in the late game. They do have the tools. They have Harriet as well as this Hayabusa. In comes the commitment. They will have the Feathers for some sort of counter. Boscoin survives. Cannot connect with that one. Well, that is a clash that Zino Esports are going to be happy about because there's no Kalea ultimate and no Eternal Guardian as well for the Vexana. But that is the Lord respawning in 42 seconds, so that might not be a big deal for both of our teams. Unless, of course, they want to go for the initiate. Look at that standoff between Bender and Super Light. Bender has to be careful. His role is critical for the team. He is the one to actually force out the ultimate from Super Bird. He is the Farsa counter. The Super Bender has to be careful about his positioning.
Yeah, and Quen is just daring them to do it, man. Super Bender has been so active right now that sometimes knowing that we are, again, getting to that point where the gold lead doesn't really matter, there's the opportunity. But here's Tsunami Sam again. Boscoin stuck in the middle of nowhere. And the Farsa ult used a bird, tried to keep them alive. But oh my god, look at that CC! Superbird has to run for the hills at Coin here with the immortality.
Oh, the kick!
Again, now the kick being set up and later gets taken down. Shizu! The amount of damage is insane! And Shine with a quad shadow walks right into the trap that has been waiting. Blood will be taken down. But look, they're both solo. Shizu full health right now, just walking happily, looking for a target, but they're gonna be alive at least for a little bit longer.
Oh, definitely Zino. The good trade, 2 for 3. Xiaoyan's timing is impeccable, just perfect for them to counter. Now with 3 versus 2, the numbers game will favor Zino Esports already. You can see Super Light with the ultimate, looking for the target, has the flicker as well. Makes it so that the Joy will be kicked out, and there's the Lord. Zino Esports takes it. Now they have the advantage. And
finally, a Lord.
My goodness, what a flicker coming up from Super Light.
Absolutely. Just the way that they were so aware of where Shizu was when in, exactly what you need to do, right? Just keep the referee holder away from the Lord, and they finally take it. They finally have a way. But look at this concealed play now, setting themselves up here. Super Light just getting out of dodge right now. The Feather Airstrike being brought out as well. Blood just absorbing all that damage. Here comes Quinn, trying to sandwich them between a rock and a hard place right now, right underneath the turret. Super Light though gets taken down. Super Cunt is just way too much, but later will answer back in a kill of his own. Here's Tsunami Slam. Xiaoyan doesn't get a chance to fight back, and here it's just gonna be 3 for 2 right now. Only 2 members left for Zino Esports, and Shizu and Index are chasing them down here.
Oh, in comes the slam once again later. Wants to go for the play, but in comes Cat versus the Harriet will win it. For sure, there's the shutdown. They want more. There is going to be the rundown onto Index. Shizu is running out of steam. Does have the ultimate now. Will take out later for now. And look at that. Gets the double afterwards.
Just when you think.
Now, newborns, my goodness. They're not done yet.
And it was looking bleak for a second, Wolf, I gotta say. It looked like Zino were on the road to just march themselves into the base, but thanks to Shizu and those clutch plays right now, it kept them alive. But that doesn't cover the fact that Zeno have really caught up. They can do the damage. They can go pound for pound against Newborn here. And that also means that at this point, Superbender can't be too risky. Because like you said earlier, he is going to be that one man who makes a difference, the hard counter against the Zeno game plan. So he needs to be balanced here. He needs to be able to take those risks, do the job without being taken down for free.
And 19 minutes after a very good early game for Newborns, they struggled to finish it. They did take out the inhibitor of Zino Esports early into this game, but now are struggling to find a big opening because Zino Esports are just so good at defending and looking for the opening. Like the boss coin going in for the Twilight Armor, perfect for when the initiations do come through. So it's going down the wire and definitely going to be down to who takes the next Lord or who wins the next Lord fight. Boss coin is tempting. Even though I walk through the valley, the shadow death is not scared. Does have the immortality now, so he has more tank ability, more ways to sustain himself. NB, Newborns, not biting this bait.
No, they don't. Oh, the concealed play could be great. Index sees Super Light here, but they're not going to be initiating just yet. Here it comes, the Tsunami Slam now to take them down. Super Light, Immortality pop right now, and they get themselves out of the Feathered Airstrike. They're split down the middle. Can't see who you want to fight here. Leader takes down Shizu, and it looks like the game plan has fallen apart right now, but Boss Coin being punished for their sins. They're going to try and fight back, but it's going to be 1-0. 1-0, and this might be the opportunity for them because Shizu is gone. There's no retribution for Newborns right now. It might be an uncontested Lord here, but Index is threatening them.
Oh my goodness, Newborns losing their joy very early to this fight. That is disastrous. God, this doing so much damage. The members of Zino Esports, they will have to go for the initiation for V5. It goes the Force Ultimate Kalea as well. But the Hayabusa with the Ultimate Super Cap tanking a little bit of it because of the creep that is beside him. But look at that. Super Bird is going in for the Granger. The Granger is out with the Immortality, also taken out by later.
They're falling apart.
Boss Coin just zoning them out. It is indeed falling apart. Xiaoyan is low, but he will be able to take out the Lord. No problem at all. Newborns will have their joy available now, but for 45 seconds, they will not have their Granger. This looks to be a disaster for Newborns.
Yeah, the long grind is finally caught up with them. Zino Esports playing on the defense this time. Know that they can go for these fights. Know that they have the better comp at this point because it just seems to me that the damage output from Zino Esports, we talked about this earlier. Superbird had some problems getting themselves into some good spots for the team fights, but now the mobility and the options that are available for Zino Esports make things much more simple here. The game plan, nice and one-dimensional, but here we go again. Shizu takes down Xiaoyan here. It's gonna be the jungle in revenge right now, but later we'll be taking down that turret. That's 2 turrets already, as well as they're trying to stop themselves, stop the Lord from taking that crystal here. Zeno know that they can take a breather.
That is so interesting how Xiaoyan is taken out just like that, but that is obviously credit for Newborns anticipating the aggressive play coming up from Xiaoyan, knowing that this is a potential end angle for Zino Esports. It means that there is a propensity for junglers to just bait out or just, be very aggressive, go for the outplay. Unfortunately, it backfired for Xiaoyan. Not so much though, as he is going to be alive for after 17 seconds. They did take out an important part of the map, which is the inhibitor up top. This is the opposite lane of the Lord now that is respawning in 51 seconds, which the Hayabusa will be in time for. So it's not really a big misplay from Zino Esports. Or there's not really much that they lost after that fight.
Yeah, it's looking good. Even the gold lead now whittled down to only 200 here. The fact that Zino as well, they're slightly more pushed up on the lanes, it does buy them a little bit more time. Knowing that there's only 25 seconds here, you see Boss Coin already posted up in the mid bush, waiting around trying to look for where they are now. Boss Coin spots out Bender and Blood. It's a game of chicken. who blinks first, who will try and fight first. Because more often than not, it just might be that newborns, every time they take a fight, they bite off more than they can chew.
It's gonna be a waiting game for
Coin.
the two teams that we have right now. Zino Esports popping the ultimate already, or actually bursting the Lord. This time Index is coming. In comes Siege as well, steals the Lord! Index in trouble, but it doesn't matter. Immortality is popped. In comes the Eternal Guardian. Shine has to back out, which is a sliver of HP. Now Boscoin in trouble. Does have the Immortality and the speed up from the Wilderness Blessing. Gets out of the way. And they will be taking the Lord for themselves in exchange for just an Immortality. What a fight for newborns.
What a fight indeed. And it's all on the back of Shizu as well, right? A little bit more advantages thanks to the Lord being on their side this time around, just stealing it out of Zeno's clutches. And now the problem would be for Zino Esports, how do you defend from this? How do you make sure that this Lord is not going to be the biggest distraction in your life? Because knowing that the Lord is actually trudging its way down here, it opens up quite a lot of avenues, but they are going to be spotted out here. Vision granted to them, the Feathered Airstrike now cancelled out as well, but here it comes, the Tsunami Slam, setting themselves up for the fight right now, and the Immortality pop. Boscoin also down. Look at how low the HP is here. Super Light down at the hands of Supercot here, taking down Boscoin as well. They're running out, they're getting wiped out. Xiaoyan, the last man standing. Last one standing between them and a second game win. It was close, but no cigar. Newborns come out with a clutch and the second win in our series.
Well, back-to-back wins. It looked very dicey in the mid game and coming into the late game for newborns, but they did have a great early game that kind of propelled them into this spot where they have good contention in the late game. They had the better decisions. They have a wonderful clutch retribution coming out from the Joy, and then winning the fight afterwards. That meant the world for the newborns right now. Match point for the team that wasn't supposed to be in this stage. They are heavily disfavored in this game, but they are winning and they are commanding. That's 2-0 for newborns.
Yeah, newborns are definitely on a mission to make a name for themselves, going through this lower bracket run, going through more recognizable teams, more experienced teams here, and beating them when you think that the draft is just not going to be working out for them, when you feel like they may have been countered in their compositions, they're just coming out with these insane plays. Shizu, ever so consistent, right? Being able to get the kills and get the objectives as well. Superbender, always up in the face of the enemy team, just daring them to walk into the trap every time. And not to mention, again, Index, just so consistent, so well placed whenever they choose to initiate these team fights. It's just so well done. And even when it looked like they were starting to fall behind, when it looked like it was finally time for Zino to end things, they pull some insane plays to end that game with man, there was just way too much going on. The crowd control, the way that they were positioning themselves and just splitting up, picking their targets in those team fights was immaculate out of newborns here.
And I think that it's mainly because of the nerves that are kicking in. But I think that it is just the momentum. I think the less pressure that you're feeling from the squad of newborns. I think they're making the better decisions again. Obviously, you can see that Zino Esports poses a lot of problems. They are asserting some issues. They're showing a lot of threats, but in the end, it was newborns that had the better team fight in that last clash because of the decision making that they employed heavily in this game. The side of Zino Esports had to make some risky plays, like the Xiaoyan dive with their Lord, where he was taken out with the immortality, and also the Lord burst that they tried to employ, which was actually, it made a lot of sense in that game. But the fact that they did not keep tabs on the Joy kind of makes it so that even when the risky play almost worked, it didn't in the end. It failed horribly for the team, and that costed them the game. Might even have costed them the series. But it's just the nature of the game. Anything can happen.
Yeah. And now the situation's looking dire. Well, it's 2-0 right now. Newborns, the underdogs here, looking to upset the more experienced, the more seasoned team right now. Even if we have some solid ideas coming out from them, it's just looking so scrappy out there. And it seems to me that newborns really thrive in the chaos of how scrappy these fights get, how messy, how muddy these fights get between them and Zino. And I feel like Zino right now, they're kind of scratching their heads. Like, we have a solid game plan. What's going on here? Right? It's maybe the visual clutter. Maybe it's the
Yeah.
speed at which the combos come through and what the game plan is for newborns for them to not be able to respond to those. But looking
Yeah.
at this, it was really a close game. It could have gone either way.
Yeah. This index Kalea is starting to be a problem for Zeno Esports. Back-to-back games, not the flashiest, but definitely the most useful. Very dependable. I fairly remember that there was a clash in the mid lane where there was Super Light committing for the flicker as well as the Way of the Dragon. It was actually Way of the Dragon into the flicker. That could have been an alley-oop to Super Bird, but Index was there ready at the left side bush, going in for the flicker play for the counter that eventually netted Newborns 2 kills in exchange for nothing at Zeno Esports that allowed them to have a great command of the early game. It continued to be a trend of who counters who, Super Bender going in for the backline, Super Bird trying to survive many times and did actually outplay Super Bender in some occasions, but overall, Newborns just had so much control of the game with this Vexana as well as Lucas and this Kalea. Very straightforward way to win the games, and it works 2-0 in favor of Zeno Esports in this best of 5 series that we have.
Yeah, and I also want to put some recognition on Supercont as well, right? He was relatively quiet for this game. He wasn't really the flashiest player out there, but when it came down to the down and dirty team fights, this guy was dishing out the damage. He has 7 kills out of the 28 that newborns have in that game. And it was really a pain in the booty because Xiaoyan, yeah, you get that burst damage from the Hayabusa, Farsa as well. But if Supercon is able to dish out damage consistently like that, it doesn't even have to be him that gets that last hit because the rest of the team is just so willing to follow through.
See the man of the hour, Super Kant. It's going to be the MVP that is your Ranger. It's the Hayabusa in the previous game. 7-3 and 10. Super duper dependable, dishing out the damage that you needed in specific situations. Only died 3 times in that long game as the Granger against a Farsa as well as the Hayabusa. That to me is, you know, telling on how good the performance is.
Yeah, that's definitely a statement, man. I mean, Granger would have been an easy target for those heroes that you did just mention. I mean, we talked about the Farsa, right, being a great option to give them control of certain situations, but they did such a great job. Like, newborns, dependable on all fronts. You would have Shizu always doing that damage, and even when Index was not able to set up the team, you would have Super Bender able to push them back. I mean, look at how he's zoning them away here. They are not able to risk themselves here, and again, Shizu just gets a free lord. It's been so easy for newborns to take these neutral objectives whenever it did come down to it because they know exactly what the game plan is and they stick to that. They really take it to heart.
Yeah. It's also evident here, Index and Shizu with that red tree play. As Xiaoyan just zoned out so much. Boscoin taken up from the other side. Xiaoyan onto the left side. Not going to be able to do anything afterwards because Super Bender is just in front of them almost all the time. The threat of the Lucas is just so good. And Zeno Esports are now in a big world of hurt. They are down 0-2 despite being the team that is favored by most of the fans that are watching right now, and despite being the team that is more known compared to this newborns team. And definitely newborns are not looking like newborns in this series. This is definitely their best performance so far that we've seen all tournament long. This is not what they were showing us in the group stages, and they are showing it when it matters the most. This is the lower bracket. This is part of the lower bracket. They need to move on if they want to get. They need to win in order for them to move on. And now they only need one game win for them to close out this series.
It's looking like it might be possible. The underdog story for is getting written in the books. Now we are looking towards the last chapter, the last game in this series. Do they get themselves past another one of these hurdles? Does this lower bracket run continue, or does it end here? And for Zino Esports, man, having just been dropped from the upper bracket, where you would expect that they had possibly a better game plan, more experience, like we said earlier, they're being proven wrong here. For the last two games, it's looked one-sided. It's looked almost like they had zero control over the things that were going on in the server here. And the third game is gonna be an interesting one. They have been the number one thing I'm gonna be expecting here in the first phase of bans is that Kalia possibly being taken away. I mean, yeah, we talked about it earlier. Kalia very much in the meta, and Index, and this guy, it feels like when he's on Kalia, he can do no wrong.
I still feel that there should be a lot more emphasis on the Kalea from the side of Zino Esports. They're letting through Index 0. I'm sure that in come game number 3, where there are just one game loss away from getting taken out of this tournament, they need to definitely either ban that or take that away as a pick, right? And also they are showing a lot of emphasis on the Harith so far. I would say later has been playing well, but I might think that this might be a different trajectory now for Zino Esports. They are getting handicapped so much because they have this Harith. They are forced to get the Hayabusa and allow for utility junglers to be present on the other side. And I think that this will be a point of consideration for Zino Esports. Do we actually take the Harith in this next game, or do we just take the Kalia so that will have a better control of the game?
Yeah, I feel like the number one thing that's been missing for Zino Esports is just not being able to initiate those fights. Like, even with the Cho having been picked out earlier, it just wasn't enough, man. The Kalia is a different beast. There's a reason why you would choose the Kalia over a Cho. So yeah, even with a great attempt that they did have earlier, some great setups from the Cho as well, it just wasn't enough. So Zino now going to be on the blue side, get first ban here, and if the ban is going to be on the Fanny. And again, the chip, no one likes the chip. No one likes the squirrel.
Yeah, that's going to be Newboards again with that ban. Might be the same as before. So Zino Esports in game number 1 first pick the Harith. I will doubt that will be the choice again, especially when Hayabusa is available. Zino Esports will ban out the Fulvius. They could have... that is also here that they can definitely use, but they opted to just ban it out. It's a strong hero for the red side team because it's back-to-back picks. I will not be surprised if the Kalia is banned out or picked up first by Zino Esports.
Yeah, so there's just going to be banned out for newborns as well. Definitely not going to be the same composition from earlier. So newborns, they are looking to change things up once more. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Suyo. We have been kind of expecting that pick, but maybe they're saving it for later. The Matilda is going to be banned out for Zino Esports, and the answer back is the Zushin on the ban here. So let's see what Zino's game plan is.
Yeah, for Zino fans, you better hope this is not Harith, that this should be Kalia. Otherwise,
there you go.
It's going to be safe. It's going to be Kalia. It's the first pick for Zino Esports. Now, if you are newboards are gonna decide, do you pick up the Harith or do you just pick up the Hayabusa for your team? Because they pick up the Granger anyways. So I will not be surprised if this is like Lucas and Hayabusa, or Hilda and Hayabusa as their first 2 picks. The Badang office, of course. The Badang was the game winner. Actually, for game number 1, I completely forgot about that. So this is such a power pick for newborns.
Yeah, Super Bender is going to be really comfortable here on the Badang. which
Yeah,
yeah, it has been having quite a great time in the
there's the
first game. But
skill.
the Suyu and the Farsa in answer. Zino Esports, not having picked out the Suyu here, give them the option to try and take control of the jungle early in the game. There's a lot of
Yeah.
potential in the Suyu to really snowball in the early game, but it's going to depend on whether or not Zeno can get aggressive. Because so far, when it came to the early game, Zeno did not really lean into that aggression here.
Yeah. There's the Lucas picked up by Newborns. Very good pick now. And what they can do is to just take out the long range marksmen like Moskov as well as the Beatrix, just like what they did in game number 2. That means that they will be allowed to just hammer through the early game, allow for the Harith to be successful afterwards, get another stunner apart from the Badang. It's gonna be the CC as their ban. Newborns. They're making sure that Super Bender is gonna have a great time, right? So they're gonna make sure that the laning stage for Super Bender is gonna be good again because if he was super instrumental to the game 1 victory of Newborns.
Yeah, some sort of game of protect the president, as one would say. Make sure that he just has fun out there. And the way that newborns really play the game is focused on one goal. They have a game plan. They know who they want to funnel their resources to. And it has worked so far. I mean, we've seen some great performances, hallmark performances, in fact, from some of their players now. And I'm not surprised that the Hayabusa has been banned out by Zino Esports here. In response for newborns taking away the Beatrix, quite a few questions still arise. Neither of the teams have shown any interest in marksman picks so far. Maybe that's something that Zeno want to lean into here, considering that the range for newborns is a little bit shorter. So I feel like the Farsa may have a little bit of a better time depending on whether or not Super Bender is gonna be that CC. Oh, but the glue pick. The first time since unbanning here in 1xBet Rivals here, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Zeno Esports banned the Hayabusa still, knowing that this Lucas is potentially be the jungler to go and counter the Suyo. So now they're in a world of hurt. What is a marksman that can actually match up against this? Maybe the Moskov or maybe a Nathan. I don't know if Zeno Esports are playing the Nathan or the Nathan. I think it's a decent hero to pick up in this game. Good versus the Harith, decent versus the Glue. You have so much damage to go with that hero. Apart from that, the Kimi is also an option, but that Kimi might struggle against both the Badang as well as the Glue. They will just go for the Gatatkacha as well as the Granger. And now Newborns, they're just going to be looking for their mid lane. Actually, Selena looks good for Newborns. But they might just go back to the Vexana, actually. Because that worked for them in game number 2, right?
Yeah, Selena wouldn't be a surprise pick either. I think it does add some much needed CC as well. You know, being able to single out one person, you get themselves with the arrow from your Selena, follow up with the Glue and the Badang. That's a hell of a lot of CC. It's going to be a living nightmare for whoever becomes that target. So if it is a Selena, I think it would be a great way to round out this comp. But there, I mean, like you said, there's quite a few other options as well. And it's going to be the Novaria, the Artillery Mage. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of burst damage for later on in the game.
Oh my. That is such a good pick because now that means that your Kalia is not going to have a great time because you scout out where the Kalia is no matter what. So you have so much information from Newborns. You have tanky frontliners here for Newborns. You have that Glue, Lucas as well as Badang, and then you have the Harith. However, Zeno Esports, they do have some sort of answers here. They have the Kalias as well as the Gatatkacha, although they will struggle from the Navaria because the information, if they do bypass the Astral Echo and find a good opening, because you can just use your flicker anyways in the Kalia, you have your ultimate avatar of the Guardian. It's still have a great shot. I think this draft is, although I would say that it's a little bit newborn sided, I think this is more of a 50-50, more of an execution kind of game. We have been surprised before, and I'm not gonna be surprised. I mean, there should be a lot more surprises heading into game number 3 of Universe versus Zino.
Yeah, I really won't be surprised here. Blood, though, yeah, he's going to be playing double duty here. not gonna be fully focused on it here again. The Badang, look at that, just so brave from them. Unfortunately, though, it's just gonna be a back out. Gentleman's
Yeah.
agreement to not go all in on the fights just yet. But Super Bender also this gonna be a constant pain just with this newly revamped glue. It's a lot of added CC compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. They don't have so much control, Zeno Esports, on this glue. I can't look for a hero that can outright kill Super Bender. So if Super Bender plays this correctly, this game, he is almost invulnerable. He's almost immortal in this game. Of course, that if he makes some mistakes, he will have a lot of trouble. But I think that virtually this hero is unkillable in this game. It's gonna be up to how they utilize this Lucas in the jungler now for newborns. We do have a lot of utility with this Badang as well as this Novaria to go with their Lucas. So it's gonna be exciting to see what their plays will be.
Yeah, they're so active here. Look at this. 15 seconds here for the turtle. They push Boss Coin down to half HP and they already back off, right? Knowing that Xiaoyan is going to be on the Suyu, they're aware of the fact that they might try to get active here. But like I said earlier, if Zeno don't lean into the aggression in the early game, then it might not be enough having the Suyu on your team because it's so hard to make a Suyu work. But now Super Bender up in front. A lot of damage now. Index showing it. What is that?
Oh, good cancel from Index. Once again comes the glue. Now the turtle taken by newborns just
Astral
like now.
Echo.
Ultimate coming from the Shizu. It's going to be some damage coming up from Zino, but the life still from Shizu. And the sustain is still there. He's still alive. Beat environment damage
they're gonna be
after the
following
Guardian
up.
connects, but Bosco does not have enough for now. Eventually, he takes him out in exchange for his life. That is actually a jungler, so in a way, that's a good trade. But overall, newborns are very happy about that trade-off.
Yeah, and again, I mean, newborns just know what they want to do. They have a game plan. Hey, we're gonna take the objective, maybe get a kill or two along the way, and they're gonna be very happy about it. The blood, if it wasn't for that one missed trick shot, it unfortunately, it could have been even better for newborns here. But now Super Light again sees Index, tries to initiate again. No follow up from the rest of Zeno. There's a lot of posturing that's going on the map, Wolf. It's a lot of flexing. You know, when your auntie's like, "Hey, man, don't mess with me." That's exactly what Zeno's doing right now. Unfortunately, there's just not enough follow up.
Still pretty even early game. In fact, Zeno Esports are looking to equalize for the very first time in this series after the first turtle. Usually, they don't have enough. They struggle. They give up 1,000 lead, 2,000 lead in the first 3 minutes of the game. But this time, they are actually leading
It's a lot
by a
closer.
few amount of gold. So it's very close. And Zeno Esports, knowing that they have the Suyo heading into second turtle with a decent amount of EXP, they have the fighting chance. And now for newborns, they're going to be activating their Hereth double lane into the mid lane, clearing that out very, very quickly as the next turtle is going to spawn.
Susan knows though. I think you saw this. Nice little shot from Xiaoyan. Spots them out in here. There you go. Tsunami slam coming from them. Index already backing off in blood. Perfect on the time he gets the Astral Echo. But it's not going to be enough. Shizu's still very healthy here. So it's going to be really risky to try and take this turtle. But they're going to try and take it anyway. Boss Coin doing so much damage right now. And what happened? Shizu steals it away again. How does he keep doing this on a consistent basis, Wolf? It's insane. And Super Bender follows up again with another kill. What in the world is that?
And to think that they have already disconnected with the Badang wall there, Shizu still found the opening with the Retribution and still stole it. And very commendable again from Super Bender. This glue is a problem. You saw how that was
an
issue for the Suyo, activating the ultimate eventually onto the Suyo. Now 0 and 2. Newborns have taken the lead once again.
It's insane to see. Because when we literally just said that Zeno have a slight lead, something that has not been done in the first two games. Might be a good sign. And then something like this happens, right? Like Index just setting up his team for victory, Blood getting the information. Like we said earlier, he's gonna have to be doing double duty here, gathering information and getting the damage up for later in the game. But let's say we're gonna go for another fight. Tsunami Slam being brought out, Index so low right now, but Blood comes in, the artillery coming in so much. Shizu follows up, it's insane. Superlight gets melted here. Boscoin, desperate, gets himself out of dodge, ever so slightly alive.
Now it's another good Astral Echo counter from Newborns. Zino will only lose their roamer in exchange for a turret in the bottom lane. There will be another push from Newborns to up top with Super Kant, our Harith up top. So that is an even exchange. Zino Esports will lose another hero, but they are equalizing when it comes to the economy. In comes the next turtle though. Shizu is gonna start the purple for now. Super Light misses the shot, and the mid lane will be cleared easily by both teams. So this will be a 50-50 turtle fight once again. A 5v5 at that. Because the Astral Echo hitting 5 members of Zino Esports, they have to back down now. Super Bender activates the spread. Will actually go for the ultimate now. Super Cut that dodges that. But comes Index with initiation. He's low. He's taken out. But in comes the ultimate coming out from Shizu. Not enough. Moscow from the backlines is gonna be taken out despite having good initiation. It does not have any follow-up. So that's a 1-for-1 trade-off. The turtle still gonna be started by Shizu. He is gonna take it. Newborns are gonna be taking the advantage once more, and even the purple buff to be stolen away from the Suyo, and then the turret. Newborns have found more than we could have wanted from them.
And even then, man, it looked like a mess. Xiaoyan had a great spot, but unfortunately, even with the force of bringing out the feathered airstrike, it just was not enough. The follow-up was not there. The target selection may be a little bit wrong there when they couldn't decide who to focus on. What is the idea? Who do you get rid of first, right? You can get rid of Blood, who's relatively squishy compared to the other players on the other team. Try and get rid of the opportunity to get the information with the Astral Echo. What else do you even do at this point? Because Supercon, this guy, they couldn't catch him either.
Yeah, it's always a problem. Back to back games, the gold laner for Newborns has been performing so well. Split push coming out from Xiaoyan up top, just like he does with the Hayabusa, and will definitely be successful in doing so. However, the bottom lane, that's gonna be the exchange. No free game for look at that Astral Echo hitting on the 3. The initiation of the 3 as well. They burst them down. They obliterate Zino Esports. 3 down already. Boss going in trouble. Despite the revitalize, there's so much overwhelming damage from Newborns, and the sustainability as well. Scot-free. They will take more in the bottom lane. Xiaoyan gets 2 turrets, but definitely Newborns are gonna take another one. So for sure, Newborns are gonna be very happy about that. Even the mid lane is gonna be taken out. Zino Esports are in a lot of trouble.
So much trouble. From what was more or less an equal game, now a 5,000 gold lead in favor of Newborns here. Superlight maybe flying a little close to the sun. Yes, we know it's a Kalia, but the problem is that even when they were bringing out the Tsunami Slam, even with the CC that is provided by the Kalia, they're not able to follow up, not able to end it. I mean, it's 3-9 right now in the kill score. Boscoin again, up in front, trying to distract the team. But Newborns have their eyes on the prize. Xiaoyan threatening to steal the Astral Echo being brought out. It might be going for a play, but Newborns are closing that distance now. And here the setup now. Super Light, desperate to get away, but Supercon gets taken down by Super Bird. First time in a while that we get the first kill on the side of Zino, and they're following up on Super Bender as well. He's getting melted down, and Blood also half HP. With Shizu so far away from this, it looks like it might not be contested, and Zino might be able to take this Lord from them.
Oh my god. Zino Esports are done just yet. There's still Shizu. Level ahead. Has to be careful. Lord Low, he takes it. Shizu does not get the steal. And now Shizu does not kill Boscoin as well. Wow, how the tables have turned. Zino Esports, they're back in the game. In fact, they're in command because they will take this turret in the mid lane. Slippery HP, but eventually will. And they took the Lord as well. For some reason, a miracle happens for Zino Esports. They have found Super Kant, even when they couldn't in the past 3 games. Finally able to stop this
go.
Harith.
Yeah, Zeno putting on a Dora cosplay made sure that Swiper the Fox couldn't steal it away. Swiper no swiping. Shizu no swiping, in fact. But now they're just running it down. You see the turrets getting taken down one at a time. Both sides right now with the Lord trudging down in the top lane and with Xiaoyan just looking for his targets, looking for the objectives. Right now they're going to be setting it up now. Super Bender up in front. Gets back. The Astral Echo being brought out as well. Baited out. Even with the feathered airstrike, Newborns get themselves into good positions for this fight, and it looks like they're going to keep whittling down the health on the turrets. Doesn't matter which one it is, because each one slowly running out of HP, but they do survive this wave of aggression.
Tie game now. When it comes to the gold, Zino Esports have found their opening, and they have gotten the most out of it. Now, Newborns have some problems because you're gonna have some troubles, because when it comes to the scaling, you know that the Suyo as well as the Farsa and the Granger altogether deal so much damage. Well, for Newborns, they do have a lot of tankiness between their heroes. However, it is questionable whether or not Newborns will have enough damage output come the late game. It still is the mid-game power spike for Newborns. They still have the advantage for sure, but they have to be careful. Zino Esports can take it away from their hands. With just one mistake from Newborns, the tables have turned.
Yeah. All equal right now. Blood does get some information, a little bit of damage onto Xiaoyan. Good little poke. They're actually using their abilities here. Not going to be depending on the phase checks just to make sure that they're going to be safe. The 40 seconds, you see Zino actually pushing out elsewhere on the map to make it easier for them to take that Lord later on. Will depend on the timing that they do take. Blood here, continuing to be a nuisance in mid, continuing to throw out his meteorites. That's so much info. You see Bosco and Xiaoyan, Super Light as well. That's 3 members now aware. And with that wave of minions already pushed all the way up towards the inhibitor, Newborns have a pretty good idea about what the lay of the land is right now. But Super Bender inside this bush waiting, watching and waiting for the
sees
chance
the Suyo.
to come.
Index good push out, but the Suyo is exposed.
They haven't checked the bush.
Check the bush for now, but most importantly, the bottom lane for Newborns is going to be pushed out, so they have to take care of this. And then the members of Newborns are so far away. Zino Esports will just blitz the Lord this time. But in comes the Astral Echo. Connects
Astral
onto
Echo.
two important members onto the left side. Index connects with Super. And in comes the Affirmative Guardian. Not enough. They will take out 2. Double kill for Super Kant. Now Index is going to be the exchange, but Super Bender on top of later for now. Triple kill for Kant on the right side. The Granger, the damage dealer, is out of hand. And now Super Bender is just going to be tanking through. They might go for the dive. 2 versus 4 this time. Newborns still wants to fight despite them having the advantage on the Lord. They will not take it for now. They will want to take more. Super Kant just pops the ultimate. And now Newborns will be very happy and will now quietly take this Lord for themselves. And Newborns have found the opening. What an initiation again from Index.
Yeah, just caught them unawares. And again, it's Index, the one person setting the team up for victory. Now Blood will take that Lord, and it's going to be a problem for Zino. This could be a game-ending Lord Wolf. Zino look like a force to be reckoned with, but Newborns have come again with a second breath of wind.
Unfortunately for Zino Esports, the Lord spawns so fast. There's no setup for
the
Newborns right now. Astral Echo connects to the 3. Index wants to go for this one. Look at that, the ultimate pinning down Super Light, but there's not much damage. Super can actually receiving damage from the Farsa. We'll have to back out for now. And Zino Esports have managed the Lord. Big minions gonna be going through, crashing through Zino Esports lanes, but they have lasted the storm. The fact of the matter is, Newborns did not have enough prep time for the Lord because it spawned too fast.
Now it's going to be a crucial point in the game. That Lord gone, almost immediately melted by Zino Esports. Newborns have to be careful about where they step. Because if even one of them gets found out of position, the entirety of Zino might just collapse right onto them, but they do find Xiaoyan. That's a lot of damage here. Astral Echo being brought out. Index is going to be going for a place, trying to chase them down. He's stuck in a corner. That's a juggler now going to be gone, and it's going to be forcing out Super Bird's ultimate here. Tsunami Slam being brought out, but Shizu's way too fast. Super Bender covering him up, holding off on the front line. Super Light Solo, they're chasing them down, and they're stuck inside of their own base. Newborns are making a statement that it's not your time just yet, and Zino can't even dare. They've drawn a line into the sand, and they're not letting them cross.
17 seconds before Xiaoyan's respawns for now. Astral Echo hitting 4 members of Zino Esports. In comes the Farsa with the ultimate, but far too early. Has to be cancelled in front of the Guardian onto the backline. Supercat is hit, but that means that Boscon will have to back out for now. Gonna be the turret pushed in the middle. Zino Esports are lucky to have just lost 1 turret after Newborns have connected with their ultimates so well. Zino Esports are pushing out of their base. Very risky as actually. But they know, Newborns, I mean, they know that there will be 42 more seconds before the Lord fight. They just have to back down, wait for their ultimates to be up, which is it's up right now. Just have to wait for their battle spells. They're gonna have the advantage once more in this game.
Yeah, 30 seconds and counting right now. And more or less the waves equal on both sides. Blood does get some information. Sees Boss Coins, he's Super Light. They're so cognizant of where the possible locations of Zino are. Super Content Index also just right here. They're gonna walk into it.
You have to be careful.
The opportunity. There goes the Astral Echo. Oh my god, the amount of damage being done right now. Pushing them into the corner right now. Xiaoyan and even the opportunities from Boscoin denied. Super Cont is running them over, but they do answer with 1 kill of their own right now. Super Bender is gonna be gone, and the impact from this team, from Zino, it might have been just 1, but it might be enough. They take 1 inhibitor turret on the back of that, and this gives them a little bit more clearance, a little bit more space to breathe.
It's a 2v3 still into the Lord fight. No initiators from Zino Esports, no tanks, but they do have their damage dealers. Index. Now for a bit, into the Astral Echo hitting onto 2. Farsa already committed for the ultimate. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be exchanged. The jump from Index. He is taken out, but he might have done his jump. Shizu is low. Shizu taken out, but they did take out the Lord. Double kill for later. That's gonna be Newborns.
3 for the Lord.
In fact, they will not have the advantage in the post-Lord scenario. They did take the Lord though, but this is a 3v5 scenario.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. Your main damage dealer is gone. Index not going to be there to set you up. Here comes the conceal push again. Superlight's got so much information. The confidence already being brought out for Zino right now. But this is going to be a meaty Lord. So they do have the opportunity to try and use this, buy them a little bit more time, and come back from the mistakes that did come from here. But should be an easy turret take. Yep, there you go. Down to the last one on the mid as well.
They cleared the Lord too. Newborns did not have any advantage at all from that Lord fight, despite them taking it. It's mainly because of the fact that it was a 3v5 that Zino found the kill onto both Index as well as Shizu. A very dicey one. And heading into the end game once more. By the nature of the draft, Zino Esports is supposed to have the better damage output. Better spread, better scaling. Newborns are just winning because of how they're controlling the map, but they have to be very careful now.
Yeah.
And Blood is gonna have to nail those Star Shatters, has to connect with that Astral Echo as well. Gotta be careful now if you're Newborns. If you're Zino, you have to just be patient. Wait for your time. Defend if you can, then take the Lord once you have the opening. 19 minutes into this game number 3, Zeno's life hangs in the balance.
Another conceal play. Gonna try and push up into the upper jungle for Newborns. Are gonna be spotted up by the Astral Echo. Zino, they know they have free reign over the map because Newborns can't make any misplays here. The problem is, if you're this active, there is that possibility that you walk right into the trap.
Well,
Like, exactly trying to catch them open there.
Yeah. For newborns, oh, I mean, for both teams, it's just a patience game now. Purple buff being given into this Harith. In the mid lane, controlled top lane should be pushed out by Shizu as we go to another Lord Dance. It's 15 seconds before the Lord fight breaks out once again. And there's a lot of wave clear though already available for newborns. We'll have to just wait for that one. Lord evolved. This is Lord number 4. We'll see how it goes. The setup. Xiaoyan already scouting out for the members of newborns. Top lane is going to be pushed by Zino Esports. Look at that veteran move that they're doing right now. This is really good for the team. It might not benefit them like literally right now, but in 30 seconds, it will be great. Index is low. Actually, use the flicker. Actually, use the flicker now, but force the retribution. Retribution has far less cooldown, so definitely Zino is happy with this Lord setup. They also have a winning lane up top, so everything's looking good for newborns now. For Zino right now, I mean.
Yeah.
Boss Coin gonna be receiving a little bit of damage in there, but actually forces some of the spells, some of the skills. Super light onto the left side. Good position from this Kalea. That's gonna be scary, and the Varia is too far away. And Zino Esports knows that they want to go for the pull the trigger. In fact, they initiate right now. And Boss Coin is on the right side. The Farsa activates the ultimate, has to cancel it. In comes the Astral Echo. Blood has reached the building. And Zino Esports are going to be pulling back a little bit. 50% HP for the Lord. Super light with a good positioning now. Knowing that there's no Astral Echo. In comes Shizu. Oh, Xiaoyan actually receives so much damage, has to get out. The Lord is now in favor of Shizu once more. Shizu is alive for now for a little bit of HP. He gets out. Boss going in trouble. Or is he? Onto the left side. Shizu has to pop the Winter Crown as Super Light finds him. But Boss going is exchanged. The sustain from Shizu. He's still alive. The life steal is there. Gets back to the fight. And now they take 2. Zino Esports in trouble. Have to be careful though, newborns. Blooduri does have
the damage from
Xiaoyan has to get out with the bonus damage from the Lord. How Harith is still alive. They have the Lord. They have to take it down. They're taking good care of it.
Is it possible?
Is it endable? Is the question. Top lane. Wave of minions up there in the mid lane as well. Good. That's very good. Once again, Xiaoyan in trouble. They take out so much damage, and now that's the 3-0. Newborns takes it against all odds. Whew.
What a game, Wolf. We had everything. We had the comebacks, we had the mistakes, we had the setups, and the possibility of them staying alive. But in the end, man, Newborns just did so well. The 3-0 sweep against the more experienced roster of Zino Esports, and what a statement they made here.
Woo. Wonderful statement indeed. And it didn't look like a good fight already for them. In fact, Zino Esports have set it up so well. They have a slow push up top. They forced the Novaria to go there, but the Novaria already only showed himself. It was a crucial dodge from the members of Newborns. When they got initiated upon, they just backed out with the right timing. That allowed them to survive for a long time, wait for the Novaria to be back in the Lord to fight, and then eventually win it afterwards. Also, the fact that Shizu survived that, even after the Winter Crown, right? So what happened was, after popping the Winter Crown, his spells were on cooldown now, and he was able to just sustain himself afterwards. Of course, the Novaria Bladuri dealing so much damage, taking advantage of the of the lantern that he has as the item, as well as the fact that there's bonus damage if you utilize your Lord with yourself. So so many good things that went in favor of Newborns in that game, and they super duper deserved that game 3 win, a 3-0 in fact, against all odds.
Yeah, man, that was insane, and I'm sure our 1xBet bettors are really happy about that. I think we had the odds for like ×5, ×8, ×9 for each of those games, and yet Newborns were going up against the odds. They were proving everyone wrong. And man, what a way they did it! It was consistency. It was just being able to adapt to the situation when they knew that they were starting to fall behind in terms of power level. When the power spike was finally coming in for Zeno Esports, they knew how to play it. They would reel it back, wait for the late game when the Novaria was going to be expected to do a hell of a lot of damage. And you saw
Yeah.
those star shatters towards the end. One shot would get them to half HP. And it didn't matter in the end. As soon as they got the Lord, it was almost impossible to keep themselves alive
Yeah.
there.
Ah, what a fight! What a series! What a game! This is definitely the best performance of newborns that we've seen all throughout this tournament. You can see that there's so many standouts. Index played the series of his career. That was such a well played series for Index. Even with the Badang in game number 3, he showed up, and then Super
Oh,
Khan
man.
only dying once in this game. Very very dependable on this Harith, and most importantly, Bladuri, our Novaria. Last pick Novaria did not expect. Zeno obviously did not expect that at all. There was nothing that they can answer the Novaria with, and he closed out the game for the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so well done. Shizu again, this guy getting away with daylight robbery with the
Yeah.
with the steals that he was getting, and just it's the full package, Wolf. They
Yeah.
were stopping Zeno at every avenue. Superlight picked up the Kalia, thinking, "Hey, you know what? Maybe I can go up against Index. Maybe I can do what Index is doing." And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it was not the case. This guy was shut down at every opportunity. Xiaoyan, yes, they were able to get some neutral objectives, but in the end, it was just consistency across the board. Newborns had everyone activated. Superbender was doing a stellar job
Yeah.
on this glue, fresh from the revamp, and this guy already knows how to play it.
Yeah. So super duper good kind of game that we've seen. Loving it from newborns. Zeno Esports also showed up in game number 3. They also made great plays. In the end, though, newborns just had a better control of the Lord fight. I think that they've danced around the Lord much better than Zeno Esports did. They also had creative plans on how to initiate with some concealed plays with Index as well as Super Kant, just catching the right members of Zeno Esports off guard. You see Super Bender also again being so reliable in the EXP lane. You can definitely say that across all of the games that we've seen all throughout this series, we know that Super Bender played so well. Shizu, on the other hand, my oh my, this guy, even with assassins, even with fighters in the jungle role, he knows his correct timings. He knows how to initiate properly, and he knows how to get that crucial Lord always on point with the Lord fights.
Yeah, he's a Swiss Army knife for the team. But speaking of the team MVP for newborns is going to be Super Kant again. This guy has been so consistent throughout the entire series. He would know what his job was, whether or not that was going to be the main damage dealer or being a distraction. On the Harriet, this guy did some amazing things. 5, 1, and 9 with an 82% kill participation for the team. Newborns have a solid squad going on here. They know what the game plan is. They stick to it. They play their roles, and they keep the game simple. And sometimes it's just like Occam's razor, right? Sometimes the easiest way out is
Yeah.
the best way out.
Yeah, we definitely feel that in that game. But 5, 1, and 9 only getting touched once in this game, and also giving the right amount of threat, showing us how it's done. Let's look at the highlights once more. Important turtle takes good astral echoes, and you can see that this coming from a mile away.
Man,
Zeno tried to go for the trade up top, but that was such a good fight for newborns. A perfect initiation. Astral Echo hitting 4 members of Zeno Esports. The tail beast bomb coming out from the Lucas was on point, hitting on the 3 members. 13 minutes in, you can see Super Cant as well as Super Bird battling it out, but in the end, Index's initiation with that is so good. And then Super Bender did not stop getting in front of this Granger, isolating him away from the fights. And even more so are the succeeding fights for newborns. Great initiations, great targeting. Great combos at 22 minutes. Look at that. Shizu secures the Lord for the team because Xiaoyan is receiving so much damage from Super Kant. You can see, again, Winter Crown. Skills cooldown 1 and 2. Skill 1, skill 2. Back at it. With the Rose Gold Meteor picked up on top. That's why he survived as well. This guy, Shizu, is gonna go places with this jungler from our newborns. Definitely gonna have a great time playing in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, man, it's a thing of beauty to behold this team with the solid plans, with easy executions. But yeah, I mean, that's all she wrote. That's a 3-0 newborns, proving us wrong and dropping Zino Esports, the more experienced, more known team, out of the tournament, securing themselves a little bit more time in our tournament. With that being said, I'm just Suave here with Wolf. That was our first series of the day. After this, we're looking at the upper final between Yangon Galacticos and Mythic Seal. A banger in the making. We'll see you guys after this short break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, MLBB fans. It's 1xBet Rivals Mekong. We just had a banger of a series, the 3-0. But I feel like that score doesn't really tell us the truth of that series. It was really close for all three games, man.
Yeah, I guess the probably not so close one is game number one, but it still is. Well, you know what happens during best of five game number one. Usually, we're just filling it out. But come game number two and game number three, we already saw how good the teams were. It was a good start for newborns for the three games that we've seen. But in game number two and game number three, you saw Zino Esports. I guess them being the veterans and they are the more experienced team, right? So you saw how good they are on trying to turn things around. Unfortunately, the newborns were just so on fire in the previous series. Seen them just scored it out and close it out in 3 games.
Yeah, big surprise to everyone out there. Even the odds were not in their favor, quite literally. Speaking of odds, by the way, this is, of course, 1xBet Rivals. You guys can use the code RIVALS on your first deposit to get 100% bonus on your first deposit here at 1xBet. With that being said, of course, we have one more series up on the docket today. That's going to be the rematch between Mythic Seal and Yangon Galacticos. Another best of 5, of course, to see who's going to get a little bit of rest before the grand final and who's going to be going up against the victor of earlier series.
I wonder how this will go, but I'm pretty sure that it will be close because I think that these two teams are equally matched. Although, if you're looking at other tournaments outside of 1xBet Rivals, we know that this is Yangon Galacticos, who I guess won the past few series that when they did face against each other. But we know that this is not going to be the only basis for who wins this series. We know that this will be close. So I am so excited to see this game to come through. And I think that we are actually starting the draft early for this series.
Yeah, and here we go. Mythic Seal already banning out the Fanny here. The last time they actually faced the best of 3 in our group stage, Mythic Seal made the mistake of letting the Fanny through. And that was one of the games that they did end up losing, which is why Yangon Galacticos do have the higher seed right now. But in response, that's going to be the Joy banned out.
I know for sure that if we learned anything from the previous series, is that Kalia is the hero to go for. And with the two teams that are equally matched, we know for sure that they know how to use this Kalia. They know the combos to go with it. So I think that this will be the point of emphasis between the two teams. Who gets the Kalia first? Is it going to be Mythic Seal to close it, to lock it out the moment that they get it, or will they actually just ban it out?
Yeah, so first 2 bans here, Harith, Gone, Zushin, and the chip. No surprise again, while Young Galacticos did run into the chip the last time they played against Mythic Seal, and it did work for a while until it got to the later game, but I don't think they want to take that risk again. So they're going to be banning out the Phovius and the chip to end it off. So Mythic Seal, the question now is whether or not they're going to be picking that Kalia. I would not be surprised if they did, because similar to that game earlier, the last time that Mythic Seal and YG did face each other, the Kalia was definitely one of the central picks for them. Boye, rather, being that key player for Mythic Seal to set them up for success.
Yeah, so it is the Kalia that is opened up by both of our teams. I'm curious if it will be the first pickup because it is indeed a priority. But the fact that Hayabusa and Harith is not available, which means that the stock for Hayabusa might not be that much, might not be the priority now. It is indeed the Kalia is as the first pick here for Mythic Seal.
All right, let's see what Young Galacticos response will be. Usually you would expect the Phoveus, but YG have actually preemptively banned that Phoveus here. So this is going to be a little bit of a different look from Young Galacticos. What will the decision be? Knowing that the Kalia does exist on the other side of the map, they're definitely not going to be looking to pick their roamer early here. Going to be expecting the Granger. Yeah, no surprise there. And of course, the Hilda.
Wow. Not entirely sure if that Granger is such a good pick, especially because there still is the Lucas that's available for Mythic Seal, and you can just pick that up, knowing that the Hilda was the option now for YG. So it makes it so that Lucas Kalia is such a good combo now for Mythic Seals, and then they can just combo it up with the Moskov perhaps, and knowing for sure that these are the more primed pickups. I'm surprised that YG opted to go for the Hilda.
Ew.
So it is indeed the Hayabusa to go with the Kimi, not the Lucas. I think the Hayabusa is great against the Granger, but not necessarily against the Hilda. But they do have the Kimi to go with it. So the magic damage has been covered already.
Yeah. Covering that and a little additional CC, of course, our newly revamped Kimi makes things a little bit more interesting in the team fights. But the Lucas in response for YG, we talked about the Lucas being one of the highly contested heroes for the jungle. This is definitely going to be a great pickup for Yangon Galacticos, giving them a little bit more flexibility about how they want to play this game, not necessarily having to lock in something early.
And my personal Lucas here is attacking me. That's my cat. Shoutouts to my cat. But yeah, I would say that Lucas is honestly would have been really good for Mythic Seal. And that's why you see Yangon Galacticos, if you look back at the draft, they did not spend any more time thinking about it. They immediately went for that for that Lucas, because they know that it will be great for their team. In combination with the Granger. So excited to see what this Lucas role will be, because it can be played in the jungler role. Knowing that there's already a Hilda inside of YG, that kind of prompts us to think that this will be a jungle Lucas. That means that you have to supplement this with more damage. And damage is going to come from the Valentina. Also another immediate pickup from YG, knowing that this is a potential counter to the Lucas, right? So they preemptively stole away the potential counter for this Lucas.
And the beauty of this as well is that this gives YG a little bit more flexibility about how they want to play against this. They have the opportunity to copy the Tsunami Slam as well. We've seen this happen before, where in a response to the Kalia would be the Valentina, but also at the same time, because it's a Valentina, you're not going to be entirely sure what the game plan really is for this team, as was exhibited in the earlier series. And we expected them to lean more into the Lucas. It actually went in a completely different direction that was unexpected by the enemy team.
Loyi. Go with the Badang. So much strength in this position of Mythic Seal, Kalia plus the Luye, a combo that can be used in very cheeky ways, right? You can go for the Tsunami Slam with the diversion, where you can just teleport your enemies from one part of the map to another. So could be a potential play there. But overall, this is such a good pickup for Mythic Seal with the Badang controlling the backlines. Now, if you're looking at YG, you will go for the Glue, which is great versus both the Kimi as well as the Hayabusa when it comes to like tankiness. So I think overall, this is such a beefy lineup coming out from YG. But for Mythic Seals, I think they have such a strong late game with them. Like Hayabusa as well as the Kimi. They also have the Luyi, which is generally great versus tanky heroes. So this will be a very close fight where both teams have their own separate power spikes.
Yeah. I think this is a what you would call an asymmetrical draft here, where they kind of have their own different win cons. Wherein
Yeah.
if for YG it would be to try and end things early before Mythic can get to that power spike. But for Mythic Seal, it's to try and push it later and later into the game. So we'll be
Yeah.
probably expecting Yangon Galacticos to try and make the most out of the Lucas early in the game, get that damage in, try and maybe steal away some resources to further delay that late game power spike from
Yeah.
Mythic Seal. And Mythic Seal are just gonna have to ride out the storm till
Yeah.
the sun shines, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely one way of looking at this game. But I think that Mythic Seals has it in them, right? They
Yeah.
have played this game for quite a long time. They picked up this Kimmy knowing that it is a hero that is sort of difficult to pull off, but they know how to utilize it anyways. They know how to eventually take this to the game that they want to. It's just a question of how strong is their resolve when it comes to like being patient in this game. In fact, this is glue in the mid lane immediately.
That is interesting.
So it's Hilda. So this is glue roam.
Yeah, it's a roaming glue, which is it's definitely an interesting take from YG. I think it's going to be discouraging Mythic Seal from trying to get too active here. So they can't really try and aggress too much, but they're gonna try anyway. Zippy QT having pushed up all the way here over the last few series that we've actually seen Zippy, he's been a quiet force, right? He's not the most highlight worthy player, but he's always consistent. He always gets the job done for his team so that everyone else can just focus on their own individual role. So you can see that he's really self-sustaining in the gold lane here.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what this roaming glue can offer to the table, because usually you want some items in your glue so that you can tag up earlier. The same is true with the Hilda, but conventionally you pick up this Hilda to be a menace. We'll see. 3 tag heroes from YG getting into the first third. Gonna get the ultimate for Ying available now, as well as for Lina. And on the right side, meanwhile Ken, the jungler from Mythic Seal, is gonna get to level 5 much faster than this Lucas, so they have a little bit of advantage when it comes to the retribution. But Blink does have the ultimate,
Ooh.
so 3 big ultimates now for YG incoming.
Oh.
And almost with the level 4, in comes the Hayabusa. Though with the damage, they take out Ying. No,
Oh,
they
he's still alive?
can't. They don't have enough damage. Now Kun is in trouble. Has to get out. Will be able to get out even after the ultimate coming from Han. Ken is still level 5, 1 level ahead. In comes the Korea with the ultimate. They're controlling that, but Nico is going to be taken out. Now Ken in trouble. That is going to be YG to take the turtle. They will lose their jungler, but they will get a triple for Lina. And that is definitely a disastrous fight for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, you can't really draw the line here about who actually did end up winning that, other than the fact that, of course, that's 2,000 gold for YG. And not to mention, right, we saw some brilliance out of both Han and Lina, where we were expecting young Galacticos to really stick to that early game aggression, to know what the game plan is. That we talked about earlier, Han on the Lucas is going to be really dependent on getting himself activated so that the rest of the team can continue that snowball down the line.
Yeah. Wow, this is already starting out to be quite a shocker for me, especially because even when they have a level advantage on the Hayabusa, they still weren't able to secure that. I'm talking about Mythic Seal here, where they initiated with a Badang and then eventually the Kalea and then the ultimate coming out from their Hayabusa. What they did was, it was more of a disconnected team fight for them. It's one after the other that is it's like too far away from each other. You are quite depending on the damage output of the Lui as well. You want to combo the Lui with the duality procs. Unfortunately, all of those ingredients that Mythic Seal had, they weren't able to combine them together. Yes, you saw it activated one after the other, but it's not in combination with each other, which meant that there wasn't enough damage. The Hilda had a chance to run away, and then they eventually took over the turtle, despite that Lucas not having having a level disadvantage, they still managed to secure the W in the first turtle, which is now a big problem for Mythic Seal.
Yeah. And talking about Yangon Galacticos here, also the response is great, right? They didn't. It was a misstep for Mythic Seal, where there was some misplays there, right? The timings just a little bit wrong, a little bit not coordinated, which ended up in them not being able to get that first kill. But the immediate response from Yangon Galacticos was a great one as well, where Lina and Han were just given the opportunity to
Yeah.
farm out that extra kills, the extra gold and experience from the kills that they got there. Not to mention the turtle as well, where Han did a pretty great job of securing that in the process.
Yeah. Now, this begs the question: what is the next step going to be for young Galacticos? Surely they have taken over the first turtle, and this is one step, actually a big step towards the right direction when it comes to looking for the power spike of their composition. We said that they will have the early to the mid game, and maybe some parts of the late game, maybe the early parts of the late game, maybe up until the 15-minute mark. So they are in the right direction. They have steered this ship towards that, and I think that the next step will be for them to kind of I'll apply a lot of pressure in the map. And so far, that is what they are doing. I saw that before we went to a pause, they already went for the Rock Orsa, which is some sort of an invade. Without their jungler, they are already invading the opposing jungle. So that means that they have the idea to take over the map, get as much real estate as soon as possible, and maybe end the game earlier than the power spike there would be for the side of Mythic Seal.
Yeah, it's now going to be a race against time for Yangon Galacticos here. They can't really afford to let Mythic Seal to be able to snowball into to a point where the damage is not enough for them, or they don't have enough burst damage to end it, just because of the fact that we talked about how tanky the Yangon Galacticos draft is, that when it comes to the late game, they're kind of gonna melt against the other team. So we're gonna depend on that timing. Like you said, you see YG so far forward here, trying to take as much plunder away from Mythic Seal's jungle.
Yeah. So Stitch, this Granger, usually, teams right now, they don't like to play the Grangers anymore, because they want to they prefer the Harith, obviously. But when you have this amount of lead at the start, I think that we could see Stitch already invading the jungle for Mythic, which means that we'll have some levels, in fact, a full level ahead of Zippy, Cutie, and also getting the double lane treatment for this Granger. That means that he will have so much in the tank, so many stacks, which kind of amplifies the amount of impact that he will have in these early team fights. That's going to be good, definitely, for YG. So YG, there will be another pause here.
Mm-hmm.
But what we do know is that there is a big advantage for the side of YG.
Yep, we gotta make sure that everything is fair in Love and War here in our tournament, of course. So our players have the best experience. In case you guys don't already know, we do have a code RIVALS that you can use upon your first deposit here in 1xBet to get 100% bonus on your deposit. But yeah, back to the game. It just seems to me that YG, they have a very solid idea about what they want to do. They're sticking to that plan. And when you're in this kind of situation where things are just going well, keep your head down. No need to take any unnecessary risks. And if you do want to go for the aggression, then you do it as a team, which so far Yangon Galacticos have been very effective at. In fact, that whenever they do encounter one or two people, they know when to call it off, and they know when to follow through with trying to do that damage to the enemy team.
I think that in this specific scenario that we have, what you can do is to just take maybe one or two jungle camps away from the opposing jungler, which is the Hayabusa, force him to go split push, and then for them to kind of just continue to get the objectives, get those turrets, get more real estate, then slowly take away imported farm from both the Kimi as well as this Hayabusa, because given as the Kimi is a hero that was buffed recently, it still is a farm dependent hero. You need a lot of items for this Kimi to be able to just have enough impact, or at least the same amount of impact with the Granger. And to add to that, there are some damage problems that this team that Mythic Seal will have to face in the next few minutes. Have to take note, there are three tanky heroes on the side of Yangon Galacticos. So you have this Lucas, which is generally tanky or quote unquote sustainable, very good at dueling. And then you have the Glue as well as the Heal, that naturally tanky heroes. It is also they're also both good answers to the Kimi, because they can just get in front of the Kimi and take away the damage that was supposed to be in the right heroes for the side of Mythic Seal, and then be that meat shield that can actually just make it so that this Kimi will not have as much effect in the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a meat shield of 4 players, there's really
Yeah.
not much you can do. Not to mention the fact that Mythic Skill right now, they don't really have a pick-off comp where they can specifically target the gold laner for Yangon Galacticos. So it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna take a really long while for them to get in a place that's comfortable for this first game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Yangon Galacticos kind of just drive us around until we get to the late game. So it's really going to be up to Mythic Seal. But yeah, like you said earlier, Mythic Seal and Young Galacticos, they're very familiar with each other. I would
Yeah.
not be surprised if they can sustain this and keep themselves alive to the point where when we finally get to the 15, 14-minute mark, then the tides start to turn for Mythic Seal.
Yeah. Okay, now for you're gonna be looking at like damage mitigation now for Mythic Seal. What do you do now? Well, split push is definitely an option for the Hayabusa. That's how the hero is designed, anyways. But you also have this Louis threat, which means that you are actually rewarded to go for those split pushes, because you can just utilize this hero so that you can force YG to spread themselves thin. However, that can also backfire if they split push too much. They can be run over by YG with this bombardment of 3 big dudes from YG just pushing and sieging nonstop, getting the neutral objectives, getting the jungle nonstop.
And look at the amount of control they have, right? You see Blink, you have Ying. They have a lot of vision on the jungle here. The hill is so far forward, in fact, that Mythic Seal already probably know that they're being cordoned off from that turtle. An attempt at a steal not going to work out for Kun, and that's going to be going for Han. First turtle of the game for Yangon Galacticos, and they're looking to follow up with maybe a turret, because Mythic Seal did not want to give them any of those extra values out of that, so they really avoided that fight.
Oh, Kun finding an opening on the stage. But Zippy Cutie is also in
What
trouble.
is
Look at
that?
that isolation coming out from a YG, and made it sure that they will take care of
Tsunami
stage. And up
slam.
top, they did get a kill. The Hayabusa, Ying is so tanky. There's no threat at all. Once Zippy Cutie's position is compromised, once you saw that he was forced out by YG, there was a lot of damage issues already for Mythic Seal. They don't have anything to make YG go back and have low HP just because of the fact that this Kimi is so one-dimensional. It just attacks the front.
Yeah, and you could actually see right there just how tanky it was, how much of a problem it was. They threw so many abilities at Blink, at Ying, at Lina, that you would have expected maybe someone to die, but it was just not the case. These guys are built to last.
Yeah. Oh, and quietly out there, YG is able to amass 5,000 gold above Mythic Seal, just because of how well they have positioned themselves in the first third. The second turtle was so one-sided, and they even countered the potential split push from Ken. Like, deploying Han as well as Blink in that side of the map allowed them to take out that Hayabusa. And even now, even after this diversion play coming out from Mythic, that's the teleport play, they couldn't even find anyone because YG is already out of there.
Blink
This bottom
doesn't-
lane,
What
Blink
is that?
avoids that initiation. That is your roamer, and he's able to just
Man.
stop the push in the bottom lane. The turtle being taken while There is a top lane
They,
push.
they don't even know where to
Stitch,
look.
look at Blink. Blink is a roamer. Blink is stacking through the most of Mythic Seal's damage output. They forced out the members of Mythic Seal. They're not farming at all for Mythic Seal right now. YG is just taking over the map so dominantly in this game.
Yeah, it's looking even possibly too easy at this point, Wolf. I mean, you see how you pointed out Blink, right? Playing as the roamer right now, but Mythic Seal seem to be confused about how they want to go about it, right? Because Blink is such a huge distraction. Like, I mean, really, what can you do when the glue is right up in your face? They try to respond with a 4-man initiation on him. This guy gets out of dodge, stays alive, sustains the damage even if he didn't get away. And they invested so much into that when it came to the team fights, there's just not going to be enough. And there, Boye tries to walk into it. His teammate's so close by, but there wasn't really even a fight. It's 1-5 right now. 5k gold at the 8-minute mark. Wolf, Mythic Seal are struggling.
Yeah, they don't even like had any chance of forcing out Han here. Han, there's the diversion play. Fortunately, they do have that diversion play to get out, but you can see that is just one lone hero, one lone jungler against two. Now Ying, look at that. He's receiving everything that Mythic is throwing him, but doesn't care. Kalea with the ultimate is still alive for now. Eventually taken out, but onto the backlines, that's Ken being punished. And the exchange was an E-explainer for a jungler. If you're YG, you're going to take that trade any day. And now YG are ahead by 7,000 gold.
They're so happy about this right now. 20 seconds on the clock. Ken only going to be coming back in 13. So there's going to be a lot of time for YG to whittle down the life of this first lord. Get themselves ahead of the game right now. So Kuhn's going to be spotting them out. Again, walks into the trap. Stitch takes him down without much kerfuffle, without much effort, in fact. That Mythic Seal, what do you even do from here? Do you defend? Do you try and fight back? Because whenever they did try, they'd get taken down. And here comes the Lord without any contestation whatsoever.
You can only split now if you're Mythic Seal. And look at that, the Hilda already threatening for this one. They know that the Luyi is not here. Or they do know now. Lina scouts him out, so they just force the issue. They will try to go into the bottom side. It's gonna be a teleport play. Diversion play. Han, is he in trouble? No, call the ambulance.
Boy.
Call the ambulance now for Han. As he is taken out. Good play coming out from Mythic Seal. Definitely not expected from YG. Finally, a good play that will favor Mythic Seal now. Stitch is a problem though. With the Blade of Despair being picked up, Mythic Seal will be able to defend their mid lane and possibly this purple buff. Stitch is still here though. They still want to fight. Blink is threatening. There's the ultimate coming from the Kimi. And Stitch is successful in taking out the purple buff that would have belonged to Ken.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, they're showing that they can do it, but Yangon Galacticos, it's better that they made the mistake now and learn from it immediately rather than later on in the game. So they've been proven that they are they're overextending. They're a little bit too overzealous. Now Ying, again, alone in a 1v4 right now. Too late. Ken takes him down. Stitch is here, late to the party, and the rest of the team are gonna try and get value elsewhere. And that elsewhere is gonna be this mid turret. One more down, and the Lord still close by, no damage whatsoever. Possibly an inhibitor, but they're gonna be going all in!
Oh, in comes Blink. They know how to damage Nico is out. Blink is so tanky with a glue, and they are able to take out the turret up top. YG are disciplined. They will not go beyond because they know that there will be a lot more problems afterwards. They are forcing Boye to get out. Stitch actually bypassed this Kalea. Kalea will go for the play onto Lina. Actually going for the tsunami forward. Boye actually made a mistake and now is low. Stitch not gonna get the orange buff, but nevertheless will not lose his life. That is quite dicey for Mythic Seal. Understandably so. YG still in front of this game.
Call it off just at the perfect time. If it was a second longer, they would have definitely walked away worse for wear from that last altercation. 45 seconds and counting for the Lord right now. Yangon Galacticos pushed all the way up. Again, the purple buff being stolen away. All the resources depleted from Mythic Seal. Han is going to be spotted out. They do know where he is. Okun is going to be showing a little bit of a threat to YG here. But they choose to play together this time. Learning from their mistakes earlier, choosing to play as a team with a real game plan, actually. But Kun also just trying to push back, trying to show that he's not afraid.
Has to be careful now because in 9 seconds there will be the Lord fight. So while you're managing the lanes, but they still have to be careful about the diversion play that might happen because that's the only play that Mythic Seal can do right now. So they are making sure that they are checking all of these the bushes. And what needs to happen is someone has to take care of Stitch because definitely Mythic Seal are looking to target that hero. Boye. Oh, you have to be careful. You're so
Wait,
important in this
what?
fight. Oh no, he's sacrificing life. That is actually
That's a misplay, is it not?
that is Lina copying the Kalea, and Mythic Seal did not expect that at all. So a little bit of misplay from Mythic, but definitely a good play coming out from YG. And without the Kalea, a diversion play will not happen.
Yeah. Misplay indeed. Got themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. Boy, could have had the chance, but Lino was just way too fast. They were so decisive in what they wanted to do in that second. And now with only the last two turrets, the last two inhibitors for Mythic Seal and the Lord coming eventually, it's not going to be an easy road out here. They're down about 8,000 gold right now. And YG are just waiting. They're waiting for the time to strike.
Is the time to strike. Ken has to get out. Second Lord of the game. YG is ahead by a lot of gold. That's 9,000 that they can smash through the base of Mythic Seal.
They are.
Right now, Blink, look at that. Casually walking under the base of Mythic Seal. That's your roamer. It's going to be carried. That's a Tsunami Slam. Blink punished. Definitely. By walking like a gangster in front of Mythic Seal. Being punished just like that. Shows to us that, yeah, YG, yeah, you're right by 9,000, but that kind of thing, that kind of shenanigan, that will not work.
Yep. And they did it again. The last time that happened, it was also Blink who overstepped his bounds. But now they're going to be walking in the ultimate from the Hayabusa. Not going to be enough to take down Han, but Kun trying to chase him down. They are aware. Little Wonder, of course, giving them a little bit more vision than what would have been intended by Mythic Seal. So they're going to be looking to lengthen this game even more.
Well, let's see ultimate coming from Ken. If you're YG are communicating now, there is no ultimate from the Hayabusa. So there is a lot of potential for them to make a play of their own. That mishap coming out from YG just is... they didn't get any kind of gold swing in their favor. There's not like a big chunk that they remove from the deficit, but this allows them to be closer to their power spike. And we did say that around the 15-minute mark, YG still has the advantage, but Mythic Seal can just take over the game afterwards. Lina did not panic at all. Look at that. Just stood his ground, knowing that there will not be any kind of exchange.
Yeah, there's gotta be real careful because you saw what happened earlier. Blink got a little bit too confident, a little bit too gangster, as you would say. He immediately got punished. Walked into the wrong neighborhood, one would say.
Okay, there's the conceal play. And does have the Winter Crown right now. Blink goes in. Ken isolated and burst it down just like that. No defense whatsoever. Couldn't react in time. YG are so fast and decisive. And now they will be taking the Lord. There's no contention at all. No retribution from Mythic Seal. Not even an attempt. Not interested at all.
Man.
This will be just a defense from Mythic Seal. And YG, the third Lord, goes in their favor.
This is maybe the third time that we've seen a misplay out of Mythic Seal where they just give away their jungler because of the presence or lack thereof of the retribution for Mythic Seal. There really wasn't much they could do there. There's not going to be enough damage. They can't get the burst kills down just because of how tanky YG is right now. So all they could do is hunker down in the base and try and defend for it. Now Ying kind of going to eat a lot of that damage from Nico here. The Lord is going to be pushing down eventually. So more pressure being afforded to them. Han and Blink also trying to make an effort to take down that inhibitor turret on the bottom of the map, but neither of that is going to be happening anytime soon.
Fairness with Mythic Seal. With all due fairness, they do have a lot of wave clear, but in comes YG with the siege. Han goes in. He's gonna be lifted up and he'll be taken out, but that means that they will take the Lord. Look at that. Blitzcrank coming out from the back. They take out Blink. That's 2. And now they will go for the teleport play. They want to catch the backlines. Ying is gonna be the one to receive it.
Stitch
is in trouble. Or is he? Nico goes for the flicker. Outplayed by Stitch. And now he will get the double kill. Stitch with the immortality might get the third. No, it comes Zippy with the damage. Now be taken out, shut down from the Kimmy. And now Mythic Seal have woken up. They now have reached their power spike and they were able to get 3 or even 4. Now whatever lead there was for YG, all erased. Zippy as well as Kun, and most importantly Ken, running towards the hills for YG's base.
And looking for it. They're trying to hunt down Ying here, just waiting. Giving them some information passively, making sure that they're not going to be caught out in the open this time. More mistakes being found out of YG. Maybe some overconfidence is not the best look for them. And Kun, this guy, he knows that he can walk around like he doesn't care. The good little TP from Mythic Seal as well to set them up for victory. But, you know, the problem right now is that Mythic Seal need to worry about getting rid of the towers. You actually see right now that there's only a couple of turrets gone. That's a tier 1 on the top and the bottom. Middle is almost completely untouched. And this is almost the entire Mythic Seal roster waiting inside of this bush.
There is a little bit of push up top, so there should be some teleports from Mythic. They will just recall from that place. Stitch, although Stitch had a great start, the Sky Piercer counts, the stacks are not that good because he died after getting 2 stacks. It's not, but we might just look to sell that item anyways. But in comes the Lord Fight teleport play. Oh no, onto the purple buff. This is a complete wraparound. They want to go for it. They might catch Han. Oh no, Han is in trouble. Look at the initiation. Han. And they will take out the jumper. Blink. Good initiation. No follow-up. Just get Stitch in trouble. Hayabusa onto the backlines. Double kill for Ken. And now Zippy Cutie is going to be caught. There is the damage, but the immortality is going to be popped. That's going to be the exchange. Zippy flickers out. And onto the other side, that's Blink and Lina in trouble. Blink, very tanky. Does have the ultimate. Rides Nico for now, but there's no damage. Oh, they're just buying time because up top, look at that. The minion wave is there. But there is going to be the recall coming out from Zippy. He's gonna handle that. Han is gonna be not gonna be alive for 16 more seconds.
Can they do
more than enough time for Mythic Seal to secure this Lord. How the tables have turned. Mythic Seals are now in command of the game.
Uncontested here in the Lord. The first Lord they're gonna be getting for this game. It's gonna be a great one. This is one of the more tanky Lords as we're moving into the 20-minute mark into our game. YG have taken a little bit too long, and Mythic Seal, the train that they're on, is catching up to the engine that YG have built. They need to take their time here. They need to be more careful. You saw every time that a mistake was going to be coming out. Blink, Han caught out of position. Mythic Seal were so fast to punish that. And now with the Lord trudging down in the gold lane, they're still continuing to push forward. Look at this, Ken. Waiting for the time, does the damage over onto Ying, but it's going to be caught out in the open. A little bit too low. Stitch is trying to punish it, but it's just not close enough by 1 inch. Could have been gone a different way.
Now onto the bottom, there is the Lord, but it seems like YG, they do have ways to defend this. Nico is a threat. It's a duality procs. That's going to be a problem.
Oh boy.
Push is going to be there. This still is the Lord at half HP. In comes Ken going for Lina, but Lina pops the Winter Crown. Ying receives brunt of the damage and they're tanking through. Now Han has to pop the Winter Crown. Blink is out. Han has to run away. Doesn't have the Winter Crown anymore, but will have the Immortality. Stitch not dealing as much damage anymore this game. Not enough pokes coming out from YG. On the other side, you have Mythic Seal. They are ahead when it comes to numbers. Kun quite low right now. Will
Gotta
be
be
able
careful.
to run away. Not gonna be baiting out any members of YG. YG will just go for the cleanup. They just want to clear the waves. Down the bottom lane, Han jumps in forward.
Oh
That should
my
be pulled
God!
back. Does have the immortality. He has to run away. Will not pop it. Fortunately for YG, the defense is there for
Ying
YG.
might be in a bad spot.
Oh
Could we
no, the
spotted
Kalia
that?
finds
Tsunami
one. That's gonna be
Flow!
Ying. Ying does have the immortality and will tag through. The diversion out. They will just want to run away from this. Zippy is left, but there is no one to follow up. So YG will live to see another day. But how about that? Mythic Seal have equalized when it comes to the objectives. They have the same amount of turrets as YG has, but definitely Mythic Seal are feeling their power spike.
Yeah, feeling it so good. The problem now for YG is what do you even do from here on out? You can't isolate them. Mythic Seal, they know when to pull the plug on these encounters. They know when to disengage. And they do it just in the nick of time. And here we go again. This one is being brought out here. Blink. Not even a chance to fight. The entire team of Mythic Seal collapse onto the glue. You might be here, but you're not gonna be there for any longer. Ying now visible. They know that he's gonna be here. They check him out. Oh
Lina,
my!
do you have the winter crown? Yes, he does. That is a winter crown being forced out. He's alive. It's gonna be a shadow kill out.
Han's
Mythic
here.
Seal. But that means that this will be a 3 versus 5 because the Valentina had to go back to the base. And Mythic Seal definitely has the advantage in this Lord Dance. Being the only one to scout this out. Mythic Seal are in prime position to take this Lord. Look at that. Zippy is also
Han's gonna try to steal
moving
here.
forward. Oh, look at that.
Oh no, he's not.
Ladies
He
and
doesn't have
gentlemen,
the
from
time!
Kalea being cancelled becomes Han, but the Lord.
Oh,
Oh, look at the
boy.
duality broke, catching 2 or 3
Oh
members
my
of
God.
YG. Han is gonna be low. Glenn is taken out. Ying in the middle of the members of Mythic Seal and actually blocked by the Padang. Even after that flicker,
There's
he
no
cannot
escape.
run away. Oh my goodness, Ken is gonna be there for a shadow kill. Only a threat. But that means that 2 members will be out for YG. Stitch wants to kill Boye, but Boye runs away. And now Mythic Seals, they are not gonna stop. They have 5 members against the 3 members of YG.
It's desperate.
In comes Blink,
Oh,
going in
Blink.
forward, wants to go for any kind of diversion, any kind of play. Actually rides the Kimi, but the Kimi is not gonna be the problem at all because you have the Hayabusa in the middle of the base. That's Mythic Seals with a comeback. Game number 1 goes to Mythic Seal even after losing the early game so badly.
Wow, what a game that was. We talked about Mythic Seal gonna have to weather that storm, and they did. They hunkered down, kept to themselves, made sure that they weren't doing any misplays, and they were really forcing out quite a lot of mistakes from YG, which in fact sped up the process of them being able to catch up to the power spike that Yangon Galacticos had. So they're going to be opening up this revenge match with one first win in the series. It is a best of 5, of course, ladies and gents, so it's not over yet. A lot more MLBB is going to be played here on the stream.
Woo.
We're gonna have to take a moment to breathe here. That was an intense last few minutes of that game. It was crazy.
I saw a notification. I thought we'll go to a break, but that is well deserved for both teams to have a break after that kind of game, right? You see, when the chips were down, you can see that there were some mistakes that were committed by YG, right? But there were so many mistakes that were committed by Mythic Seals anyways in the first few minutes of the game, right? So you can argue that there's a lot of misplays coming out from Ken, and then YG just playing it so perfect. And then there was one time when Blink walked under the base
Oh yeah,
of
Mythic Seal, yeah.
Not a care in the world where they were ahead by 9Ks. Understand what will happen, but that is actually one of the
That's
many
definitely the
reasons
one
why
thing.
they lost it, right? So I think it was really just YG not having enough tools in the late game. When we said that they had to play it perfectly in the first few minutes, the first 15 minutes of the game should be theirs. And as a matter of fact, they did play well. It's just a couple of so many small mistakes that kind of piled up together allowed for a little bit of opening for Mythic Seal. And kudos to YG for getting the first few minutes of the game, the first 15 minutes. It's just that for Mythic Seal, if they were more, I guess if they were cleaner, the first few minutes of the game. Who knows? They could have taken this game as much faster than they should. So, like I told you at the start of this series, these teams are equally matched, and we know for sure that this series will go the distance. So,
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, in the group stage, the best of three actually went the distance as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the same case here. In fact, the last time they did go up against each other, it was kind of the same thing, where Mythic Seal get game number one, but Yangon Galacticos hit them with a reverse sweep. So we'll have to see what happens in the rest of this best of five series, if we're gonna see Mythic Seal kind of pull out that win at last, or if YG can bounce back from that failure. There was quite a lot of mistakes committed by both sides, but unfortunately for YG, they made these mistakes in a spot where they could not afford to make them. Right, because early in the game, there's a lot of room for error. There's a lot of adaptation time for your team to really come back from it, and for YG, they let it trudge on for too long. The sands of time were not their friend in that game.
That's just how MOBAs operate sometimes. Sometimes there are just compositions that are really good at the early game but will not have enough steam at the end game. Whereas for Mythic Seal, they have so many good scaling heroes. The Hayabusa is good a very good scaling hero. You also have this Kimi. And although Luyi is, theoretically speaking, of a cap for the damage output of Luyi, it has good scaling, good damage in the late game, but in application, when you look at how this design was, you have the Kalea, Luyi, as well as the Badang. You have the stuns and displacement tools that are so important in the latter portions of the game. Whereas if you're YG, surely you have the Hilda as well as the Glue, which is a problem for the damage heroes of Mythic in the early stages of the game. End of the game, you can see at 18 minutes, you don't have enough stuns to hold down the Hayabusa as well as the Kimi. You will run out of tools to control your opponents. You may have the damage from the Granger as well as the Valentina, but in hindsight, this lineup from YG is very weak in the latter portions of the game, and that is definitely what we saw in that series.
Yeah, that was not a fun time for Mythic Seal, but hey, sometimes you just gotta go to work, and it worked out. So here, Nico, of course, like we said earlier, one of the more consistent mages in our tournament, garnering the MVP with a 4-3 and 10 KDA, 82% kill participation. Again, we talked about the Luyi giving you the tools for surprise initiations, for quick eject buttons whenever things go awry when you encounter your opposing team, and Mythic Seal did it pretty well here. Nico in particular, this guy has been just frying on the mid lane. He's been great with all sorts of different mages, so the Luyi pick here for him is I think it's not going to be a problem. He has a pretty wide hero pool.
Yeah, I think you have to take note that the usage of the ultimates in the latter portion of the game were so critical. There was one time where they teleported to the purple buff. We can see it through the highlights for sure. They skipped the Hilda. They only saw the Hilda go through, and they, as a team, they decided, let's not take this Hilda. Let's wait for another one. Maybe another hero will come by, and that definitely was the better choice. This was one of those mistakes coming out from YG that we did say. And another one that followed through the same spot. Well, obviously that is going to be the spot where they can make the mistake because that is where they were sieging from. But this was that play that really turned it around. No chance for Han to react to that. And then afterwards, you know what Ken did? Find Stitch. He found the most important hero for YG, gets the double, eventually allowed for Mythical Seal to take over the game as easily as that. And there was no chance for YG to come back for that, will survive from that, because you can see Mythic Seal just straight out getting taken out, getting bombarded with the duality procs coming out from the Luyi. And you can see the Badang back-to-back usage of the Fist Break to block off this Hilda. Once for the flicker, the second for the just natural movement speed of the Hilda. Well done coming out from the Badang as well in that last stage.
Yeah, they were so aware of what they wanted to do, what they had to do. And you could actually see, right, that once they kind of had a whiff that they were overextending, they were a little bit overconfident, they were playing together. Whenever you would walk into a bush that was unfortunate enough to have at least one person, if there's one person, there's another three right behind them. And it was a pain, man. If Blink was At the start, this guy was getting tickled by bullets from the Kimmy. In the end, he was just getting slapped around like he was being thrown down the drain, one would say,
Yeah.
for the glue.
Phew, glue. That's interesting because we were hyping up the glue so much, and I do agree that the glue was a good pick there, but from the EXP role. Eventually, you will run out of stuns if you just go for the roam glue because unlike the Kalea, you will always have two sources of big catch skills, right? You have the second skill that can catch multiple heroes, and then eventually the Tsunami Slam that can actually stun and displace heroes, which is such a great tool for many points in the game. But most importantly, in the late game, this glue with the ultimate is not enough for controlling multiple heroes. It's literally just for one hero. Although it is scary in team fights, it is not a hero that you will use from the roam roll where you can like go for the conceal play and then catch or -1 your opponents as fast as possible. That's just not the thing. So I'm still not convinced about this roam glue, and probably not gonna be the case for a long time. Glue is still an EXP lane hero for me.
Yeah. And you can see exactly what it was until someone does prove us wrong, of course. If you don't want to do it, go ahead.
Yeah, you can execute it well. Yeah, go
Hey, prove
ahead,
us
but
wrong.
we'll see. Draft for game number 2. YG likely to get the Kali as well. I think it still is the point of contention between the two teams that we have right now. Obvious is the man from YG. Loving it already because we know that this means that they will go for high octane assassin heroes.
Yeah, gonna be looking for that. Of course, another ban expected out from Mythic Seal. Let's see what else they want to get rid of. Of course, the glue wasn't too much of a problem for them, so it's not gonna be that much of a priority. Perhaps trying to get rid of those early damage heroes, but it's gonna be the Harith as the second ban for Mythic Seal.
Okay, we know that the next possible ban is the Zushin, which we have not talked a lot about, but we know for sure is a priority for the top teams that we have. But it's almost always banned because it's such a strong hero. In series like this, it's a cornerstone piece where you um, get so much out of that hero, and I think that this will be also now it's not banned, so this could be the hero that YG picks up. Zushin is such a good hero. There is still the threat of the Hayabusa from the opposing team, but they will pick
There
it up.
you
And
go.
it is Zushin. Choice now for YG.
Yeah, so Yangon Galacticos aware of the Zushin. The play here, of course, for Mythic Seal. The question is what you want to open with, and yeah, sure enough, you mentioned the Hayabusa. Here we go, and the newly revamped Kimmy gonna be brought in. They did pretty good with the Kimmy in that last game as well,
Yeah.
so they're gonna be picking it out once more. They don't want to be revealing too much of their hand here when it comes to these actual games.
Here is a option of the joy. Maybe the Badang is the third pick here for Mythic Seal, knowing that they found so much ground with that hero. Good combo with the Kimmy as well because you allow for the fist break to be there, which means that you have a wall that will allow for Kimmy to get extra damage. And
Ooh,
good thing for YG, they just stole it away from Mythic Seal. That is such a good pickup. And then they keep the Hilda with them in this game. So you're now left for Mythic Seal. You will have to have a choice. Do you pick up the Jawhead or the Cho right now so that it will not be banned out by YG? Because afterwards, without the Badang, without the Jawhead and the Cho, you will not have a good combo with your heroes. So it's gonna be a big dilemma now for Mythic Seal. Do we take a roamer, a stun roamer, a catch roamer now in this third slot? Because if not, we're gonna have a bad time. So it's going to be the Badang, which I think is not the best solution, but it is a solution anyways.
yeah, it is going to be helpful, arguably helpful for them here. But we'll see what comes out here in the second round of bans. Of course, we haven't seen too much right now as of what they're gonna be rounding it off with. I do feel like Yangon Galacticos need a little bit more insurance for their late game as what was exhibited in that first game. And looking at the draft right now, they're definitely lacking in that department for now.
Soyu is the ban from Mythic Seal because Yangon Galacticos, they are definitely they will consider getting back to um, as a similar lineup from the previous game. For YG, they can ban out the Valentina maybe as the answer for the Zushin. Usually, the answers to the Zushin are Valentina right now. Eve used to be the counter, but it's not as strong as before now. So that means that we might just go for the Valentinas. Was the Farsa ban here for YG?
Yeah, we're gonna see. I do think that YG right now they're a little bit lacking still, but the glue is gonna be
Ooh.
banned out for YG. They don't want to have to worry about that. They know what the glue can do, and with the current comp that Mythic Seal have, it's not gonna be a fun time if that glue does come out eventually.
Yeah. Lucas, maybe another. Not be surprised if this is like a what Fred Green ban or um a utility ban because the Fred Green has been rising in the metagame right now. But I think a Soyu ban is not too far off for Mythic Seal. If they're considering like what good combos there will be for the Badang as well as this heal, that you need some sort of damage, they will ban a mask of. They're removing some options for the gold lane here for YG. Whereas YG, what they can do is to, like I said, ban the Valentina. It still is
It is a
potential
threat.
pick.
Yeah.
It's a threat for sure.
See what
Oh.
it does come out to for YG. Mythic
Or
Seal.
Aloy. Wait, because Aloy was a problem in the previous game?
It
Yeah,
was.
okay, so they
There
banned
you
it
go.
out. Okay.
So no Louis available for Mythic Seal. What do they round this out with? Maybe
Yeah.
some longer range damage, some artillery mage could be helpful. And there's the Granger as well.
Oh.
So I think it could be a great setup, with the ultimate from the Gatot Kacha, making it easier to group up your enemies. So maybe a Novari, maybe a Farsa would be great to follow up on that kind of CC.
Well, they will just put this game in the mid lane in that case. This
Yeah.
Ranger will be their marksman, their gold laner. For YG, this means that you need an assassin for sure because now you've seen that the Granger as well as the the Kimi is open. So
It's gonna be
it
pretty
really just
easy
prompts you to get the
to
assassin. Yes. Soyu is
burst
great.
them down.
Ling is not too far off actually for YG. Not be surprised if that is the case as well. Or even a Nolan so that they can burst down heroes left and right. They will need another marksman here. Might be left with a perhaps a Claude. Or they go Irithel and
The
Soyu.
Irithel and the Soyu.
Pretty standard stuff from YG. For Mythic Seal, we're gonna be looking for another stun source.
To follow up on
Oh.
the ultimate from the Gatot Kacha, actually, I think it would be great. We've been seeing a lot of Hylos and Gatot Kacha on the same team. Does make it easier with the help of the Glorious Pathway to get a little bit more CC there, but I just feel like the Hylos might not be the play here.
Well, there's Zoshin on the other side. I think you're better off with maybe an Arlet perhaps from Mythic Seal or maybe
Let's
Cho.
show.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it still was open, wasn't banned out by YG anyways. It will be a decent combo with the Hayabusa with the minus armor that you get out of it. And it's going to be Cho and Kimi in the mid lane. Going up against Zushin and potentially the Badang. So it's pretty even mid mid lane matchup. I think this is almost similar from the previous game in terms of power spikes. I'm not saying that it will be similar in terms of the actual win conditions for both teams, but when it comes to the power spikes, it might be similar. You have this Hayabusa, Kimi, Granger, good damage output from the trio or damage dealers, trio DPS from the side of Mythic Seal, but it is still a very item dependent kind of composition. You still need a lot of items. Not expecting YG Mythic Seal to have a great start in this game. They might struggle in the first few minutes once again, just like in the previous game. But come the late game, they are very scary.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be similar to the same kind of pacing here. But with Mythic Seal having Boye on the show, we've seen him on this hero before. He's been doing a pretty good job, and yeah, YG do still have Blink on the Badang here, but they don't have that same initiation power that they had in that last game. The way that the Khalil was being played from YG was actually pretty great.
Yeah. Oh, are these pokes happening? Look at that, Nico. That is the Kimmy. Already proving to be very strong. Kun actually had to activate the Revitalize, but that is your EXP laner from Mythic Seal already out. Once again, early game goes in favor of YG.
Yeah.
They will force out some of the rotations there in the bottom lane, but that means that Mythic Seal will lose a majority of the XP for their XP later, but Stitch already taken out. Ken did not have a good start in the previous game, but right now, killing off the gold laner of your opponent in the first 1 minute and 30 seconds of the game, that is massive.
Yeah, absolutely massive, knowing that you're going to get that kind of power spike if you can get productive on the Hayabusa here, but they're going to be pushing forward. Blink, oh boy. Boy, getting out of dodge just in case, just in time, rather. And being also threatening some sort of presence from behind. So Nico is finding some utility really out of the Kimmy here, trying to see whether or not there's someone inside the bushes, a little bit of advanced vision. But look at Ying, gonna be caught out of the open, taken down. Now the turtle though, getting a little bit low. I don't know if Ken's gonna even attempt this because it's way too close, so Han gets it for free.
Then again, Mythic Seal, it seems like they're not that concerned about the neutral objectives, about the first turtle. They are happy, very happy with 2 kills onto Ken. Big snowball potential coming out from this Hayabusa. They also punished that Hilda into the bottom lane, which kind of meant that Kun will have some sort of recovery for himself. So right now, overall, their Mythic Seal are happy. They have 1.8k onto Ken, almost near the Hunter Strike compared to 1.6 of this Soyu. So that's a significant advantage in the early stages of the game. That will also mean that the other heroes of YG are going to be in a lot of threats. For example, this Irthel is 300 gold behind his gold lane matchup, which is the Granger. And
It's
this is because of that fact. But in comes initiation, double flicker out from Mythic Seal. But in comes the counter by Stitch. Is the target. Boye finds a better angle, a better target. And Mythic Seal are so happy about that. Never mind that they committed 2 flickers just to run away. They got the better end of the deal.
Yeah, and again, we talked about Boye being so consistent as being the playmaker for his team. He knows who they want to target. Now, again, getting all the way forward, getting the information, and taking rather the necessary steps to make things easier for them. The quad shadow being brought out again, a little bit sideways there, but he does get away from it. Thanks to his quad shadow.
And interestingly, Ken is a little bit behind when it comes to the EXP. Now does have level 7. Kun is gonna spot out all of the YG members out here, so that means the Mythic Seal will not gonna oblige with an engagement. They will just farm it out. Double lane treatment for Sleepy Cutie right now. Kun is just prepping up for a potential play, but YG does not engage at all. Mythic Seal are gonna be okay with this. So in fact, YG have equalized, but when it comes to lane to lane matchups, obviously Mythic Seal are very happy about this, knowing that Zippy Cutie is way ahead of Stitch, the gold laner. We'll just match out the rotation, but in the middle, Ken is gonna be spotted out by the Irithol. Turtle gonna be started by YG. Blink now gonna be caught. Blink out. That's going to be a kill for Mythic Seal. They will have to let go of the turtle for now. Ying is low. So is Han. There is going to be some lifting coming out from Zino. But it comes Kun connecting on the taunt. Nina has to pop the ultimate, the Crimson Beacon. And all of a sudden, Ken gets ahead of the curve, gets the turtle. There is some space for the Irithol. But now Mythic Seal used that river flow, that speed up from Ken. Potentially make a play up top. Ken just urging, look at this. Doesn't have the ultimate, but actually forcing some rotations already up top.
And he's spotting it out, man. It's a 1-4 right now, and almost a turret as well for Mythic Seal. A little bit of a different look. This is the Mythic Seal that we were kind of expecting in that first game that was notoriously absent in the first half. But at this point in time, it looks like they have taken that lead. looking pretty good. 2,000 here and 3 kills as well. Boye is going to be looking around for the next target. Ying is aware of that. You can see that they're making use of the Zushin to try and clear out those mystery areas on the map right now. Nico's at 8. He's at level 8 already, and Han is at 9. This is some interesting stuff, because if we wait a little bit longer, Nico is going to be starting to have some impact when that power spike does come.
Goodness, prepping up for a possible taunt. Actually catches the man on the backlines. That's going to be Blink out, the initiator coming up from YG. Not going to be that detrimental though for YG, as there is no immediate neutral objective afterwards. Mythic Seal will just farm it up. Ken is going to be surrounded by 3 members of YG, but this is a Hayabusa. You're still dealing significant damage, and actually Ken had to pop the Quad Shadow earlier on. So this might mean that YG is going to get safe farm on this Irithel onto the bottom lane. Blink initiates forward. Zippy Kitty is there. In comes Boye. Actually with the flicker. There's the Wave the Dragon. The Avatar of the Guardian to follow. And they connect with it. And in comes the ultimate coming out from the Hayabusa. Good connection coming out from Mythic Seal. Counter play coming out from the Batang. Actually catching 3 of the members. No damage just yet. In comes Zippy Kitty. Missing off the mark when it comes to damage output.
He's
has to run away. Will be taken out. Double kill from this Zushin, but the exchange was there. Nico to take out the Suyo. Nico once more gets the double. Lina is going to be there for the exchange, but Nico is taken out for that one. Mythic Seal have lost more, but they did take out important members of YG.
Well, neither team is happy about that right now. Definitely going to be reeling after the damage that was done in that last fight, but now the problem is whether or not they can follow up on it. You can already see Boye, he's taken the time to move all the way towards the turtle just to check if he can get some vision, if he can get some information about where YG are going to be playing here. They do know that Blink is here. He's just outside the bush. Now Ken doing the damage right here. Stitch is trying to run away, but he's too far. Here comes the push again from Kun, joining his teammates. But where do you go from here? Backing off again, making sure that they're going to be off the turtle here as Ying, Lina, and Blink are taking up their space around it. The dance has begun.
As good as the connection was down bot, it was disconnected up top, and now Mythic Seal will not have 2 big ultimates into this turtle fight. And Han wants to take advantage of that. They have let go of the turtle now, so this is quite a bit misplay, but they still caught Kun.
Han!
The turtle is going to be there for Honey. Yeah,
beautifully
for sure.
done.
And then Mythic Seal will just let go of the turtle, a breathing room for YG in this game number 2.
Well, just 2,000 gold of a lead, Wolf. And now, Mythic Seal, they're going to try and make that even further. You see Zippy taking his time here, and Boye playing protective. Just on the front of this, just ahead of the bush as they're trying to gain that vision inside of the jungle right now.
Ken is caught. Oh, that's pretty bad. The second death, but in comes Nico. Wants to go for an exchange. Blink going to be caught by the Avatar of the Guardian. But Han is not. So Blink is going to be there for the exchange. For this Soyu, for the Hayabusa, YG, very content with that kind of trade. They also gave some farm for Stitch, and I think that they're back. They are just 2,000 gold behind, but they're definitely on the right direction.
Yeah, definitely feeling good about that right now, but yeah, Mythic Seal. This one's a lot closer than one would have wanted.
This means that Cho will have to look for a target.
Oh yeah, here you go.
But will not go for the way of the dragon.
Ow!
This boy is so tanky. In comes Ken. There's the damage. Ying is alive, but Lina is not. Now Stitch will have to run away. Is able to run away, but Blink is the exchange. 2 for none. As Mythic Seal are making the beeline towards the purple buff after that fight win. Han does not have the retribution, so does Ken. But that means that Ken, with the superior amount of positioning, will get that purple buff. Nico clearing out the mid lane as well. Boye just being so courageous in front of YG, zoning them out, allowing Zippy to slowly chunk down this turret as Ying receives so much damage from the Kimi. Everybody's a threat now coming up from Mythic Seal. That is what they're showing us right now.
Yeah, but here comes the Lord. Ken's already here. Starting it off right now. Boye coming in just in time. Blink should have an idea. We're going to try and play around this, but the rest of the team has come. The gang's all here, the Cavaliers. the cavalry rather have come. But here we go, the setup here.
Oh
Oh,
boy,
the
he's
damage
alive.
being done. Han can't even get himself out of dodge. Blink is gone as well. 2, 3, now coming in for them. And Kun is
Oh.
trying to follow up on it. Stitch
Oh
is
my
so
God.
disastrously low right now that Zippy is just continuing. The Savage coming in from them. The wipeout on YG and Mythic Seal should be able to snowball from here on out.
What a crucial flicker coming out from Zippy Cutie, knowing that he has the Sky Piercer and the Death Sonata to the face of the Earthel that could not run away. Kudos to Nico as well for nailing that ultimate and allowing for Zippy Cutie to finish off the kills as Savage in game number 2 of this series. Mythic Seal in command, 6,000 gold ahead. They have the Lord as well. Now taking out the turret up top. And now YG. How can they defend? They only have the Zushin and the Irithel, not the best when it comes to tower defenses. Nico stealing that purple buff.
You can
And
see
Poke
Kun.
coming out from the position for Kimmy is gonna be a problem.
Yeah. Not a vision granted now. You're gonna be aware of the positioning. Boye doesn't care. He knows that his only job is to pick someone up, push them towards his teammates, and here it goes again. Can't do the damage.
Oh my
Lina
goodness.
tried to run all the way towards the spawn. Still gonna be
the
alive.
Guardian
Oh my
connects
God,
the
here we
damage
go
from long
again.
distance. Ken, it takes him out now. They lift Kun, but Kun is tanky this time. And now Ken takes out Lina with just the quad shadow and some hits. The Shurikens bottom lane is also compromised. YG, all of their bases are falling apart. In comes Ying, he's getting taunted, and the damage is there from Nico and
What do you
Zippy
do
Cutie. Now
from
they're
here?
thinking forward. Nico takes him out. Base in a trouble. Mythic Seal for sure will take this. A triple for Zippy to finish it up. Mythic Seal up 2-0. Match point for this team.
Mythic Seal are on a revenge tour here in this new encounter between them and Yangon Galacticos. They want to prove them wrong. That reverse sweep back in the group stage was a fluke, and man, they are charging in strong, kicking down the door of the defenses of Yangon Galacticos at every turn for this game. If the first game they were really struggling, this time it looked like utter domination. There was nothing they could do. In fact, they could do no wrong.
And you can see now that Mythic Seal are feeling it. After that game number 1, a very bad start, right? It was disastrous. But the moment that they have found an opening, that the moment that they found this momentum, they came back to their senses. And this game number 2 looked to be a very dominant one. Surely there were some fights that they have lost. This is only because Yangon Galacticos are also a very strong team. These two teams are equally matched. But when they have found the opening, you can feel it right now. Momentum is theirs. You can see and feel the fire in them. They're making the right decisions and they're utilizing their heroes in such a high octane approach that there was no way for YG to recover from that.
Yeah, the amount of control that they had over every situation, over the map in general, really was something that YG looked like they could not come back from. They were so willing to take that space, so willing to take the risks because they already know what happened. It seems to me that the protocols for every eventuality in those situations were already figured out, so that when something happened, they would pull the trigger on whoever they wanted to pull the trigger on. And Ken was doing an absolute masterclass for this map as well.
Yeah, and this time made some mistakes in the previous game, but game number 2, getting 2 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game, snowballing out of control, making himself a threat. Although he died 2 times or maybe even 3 times in this game, you can see that the way he played with Hayabusa is that there is no free kill for the side of YG. If he gets picked off, there is always an exchange, either a turret or maybe 2 more kills for the team. They had good combination as well. That was such a beautifully made combination where there was a way of the dragon into the avatar of the guardian, into a quad shadow, then ultimate shadow kill coming out from the Hayabusa to eventually take out this Irithel. And afterwards, what he does is to just assert the pressure. He may not get all of the kills, but this allows his team to get a better position, because what happens is YG's formation, they cannot just get a good formation around maybe the objectives, and when they do react to the aggression that comes out from the Hayabusa, now their position is compromised and they will not have the better ultimates to actually fight for neutral objectives. So You can see that it is very evident that this confidence that you get from Ken with this Hayabusa now translates to even more wins for the team.
Yeah, it's just a willingness as well for the entire team to risk their lives for them to do their job. Right,
Yeah.
you would see Kuhn, you would see Ken exploring forward, knowing when to call it off, calling for backup. The communication looked like it was really well thought out for this team. They had a very solid game plan, and not to mention, the combos were so well thought out. Whenever you would have 2 or 3 ultimates ready from this team, they would combo it in such a way where there was just no escape.
Yeah, there was so little window for you to get out, but then again it was already eliminated because of how good the layering was. It's like a stun, the way of the dragon maximum duration of stun with min-maxing the duration with activating between the first and the second stage of the way of the dragon into the avatar of the guardian, which was just right after the way of the dragon proc. You have this taunt that comes out and then the damage comes through afterwards. I think that all throughout this game there was only one just disconnection of from the Mythic Seal squad, but apart from that it was all perfect. The way that they chained their stuns, the way that they deployed each of their members in specific parts of the map allowed them to have just a good amount of control and real estate, and there was no way for YG to recover and to recuperate, to regroup, because there's always just action happening from one side of the map to another.
Yeah, it was a thing of beauty. It's almost like it was choreographed. Like for a second there, I felt like I was watching some musical theater.
I agree. The choreography was there for sure. You can really feel it. You really feel how good it was, how good the execution was for a side of Mythic Seal.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff coming in from them, and proving us wrong as well that they can play at different tempos. Right, in the first game it was all about bringing it into the late game. For the second one in the series, now they sped it up. They made sure that they were just out of reach of Yangon Galacticos to make sure that they were not only holding the lead but maintaining it all the way throughout. Even when they were making mistakes this time, there really weren't too many punished moments from Yangon Galacticos here. And now we're standing at possibly the second sweep today. That would be unexpected. But hey, if Mythic Seal want to make this kind of statement and knock Yangon Galacticos into the lower bracket here, then why not? Have some fun.
Yeah. It kind of feels like it, but I think Yangon Galacticos, what they can do as an answer is to revisit their approaches, because so far back-to-back games you can see through the composition that this is based on the early game spikes. The first game was perfect. They played it. They played the early game so perfectly that they got so much of an advantage, but they just couldn't close it. Mythic Seal, almost the same idea from the previous game where you have scaling heroes. But this time, they played the early game perfectly. They have found good openings. They allowed Ken to just be chaotic, be the chaos for YG to deal with. And then secretly Nico's ultimates or Nico's damage output was there. And then Boye, right? A very underrated initiator coming out from Mythic Seal. This time in game number 2, found good Way of the Dragons that actually helped his team and assisted the team to get extra kills out of that. That meant that Mythic Seal had so much farm in the early stages of the game, despite them being the team that needed the farm.
It was a sight to behold, really. And ZPQT, we talked about this guy earlier. This guy isn't the biggest highlight player, but they do such a great job of taking over the map that all the resources are funneled into ZPQT. If you give them enough time, this guy just goes absolutely insane. As shown earlier, he's 10-0 and 6. It was an absolute massacre once ZPQT had all his items up.
Yeah. Whew. You can see that he flickers in front of his opponents for the point back that Sonata so that he can catch off the Irithel and not let YG react at all. And we can see this was that play. Double flicker from Zippy and Nico, but Boye delivers Stitch. Back-to-back deaths for the Irithel. And then another one down the bottom lane. The perfectly executed, perfectly choreographed initiation coming up from Mythic Seal. ZPQT getting the triple, getting the
This
double.
was the
Eventually, we'll
savage
get the
play.
savage
Oh man.
for sure. And look at this. Nico will land the ultimate onto Stitch actually to pull him back. And then Zippy for the flicker. White Black Dead Sonata, and another one in front of Lina. Lina could not escape this because it was too fast. And the Sky Piercer obviously helped a lot when it comes to closing in on the kills. And Kun is too tanky that even after a deep dive with the avatar of the Guardian and the help of his teammates, they were able to just push. And then Nico as well as Zippy Cutie are just, it's almost like target practice for them in the end of this game, 12-minute mark, because everybody was just so squishy for them. It's just like they can just be in front of the backliners despite them being the backliners for the team.
Yeah, Mythic Seal made it look like it was almost too easy. Surgical. In fact, they were so aware of the range of their skills here, the range of their abilities when it came to those fights, and knowing as well how to respond to any attempts at fighting back from Yangon Galacticos. They would make an attempt, maybe with a Zushin, maybe try and catch them off guard. But even when they tried to go for Zippy QT, this guy was so slippery. He was unkillable the entire game here. I mean, what do you even target? You can't touch Zippy because he's too fast. You can't kill Kun. You can't get Ken because he's also so efficient with using his movement on the Hayabusa. So they had everything covered again. But this time for Mythic Seal, they were able to ramp up a lot faster than the first game. And if they're playing in this form, what more can you do in the third game? There's the possibility of a sweep if they can't get an answer to the way that Mythic Seal are just ramping up throughout this series.
Yeah, we'll see. They have to really wake up. I think maybe the approach is a different style of drafting, or maybe a different approach when it comes to thinking about your composition. So maybe a different composition overall, right? So that's going to be the Fanny ban from Mythic Seal. I think YG might reconsider their options. Maybe not go for early game based compositions now, because you know that Mythic Seal just really likes to play the long game, and they like scaling heroes in general, so they kind of have to fight fire with fire here for YG. Nevertheless, it's going to be the Zushin as the ban. We saw how strong the Zushin was in the previous series, but in this particular series, we can see that there are some answers. The Kimi eventually becomes an answer to the Zushin because of just the range advantage from the Kimi. So we'll see what happens now when it comes to draft. The Kalia is still open, by the way, so that is also a point of contention here for both teams.
Yeah, and Mythic Seal have priority here. I would be surprised if YG don't ban out the Kalia for Mythic Seal, because Boye on the Kalia is a deadly combination. We've seen that over the last few series that they did. I think it's been 2, 3, 4 series already that we've seen the Kalia brought out. But Boye, who is an impeccable setter for his team. So we'll just have to see. Last ban now for YG. The Fovius and the Hereth gone as well for the as options go. What does the YG do? Yeah, it's gonna be Kalia gone. So they want to deny Boye his favorite hero for now. Mythic Seal, what is gonna be your first?
Not gonna be surprised if this is Hayabusa first pick.
Oh yeah,
or maybe a Badang. Either the Badang or the Hayabusa here for Mythic Seal. As there is, what hero are we forgetting here? Because there's so many. There's a Fovius and Kalia, but there should be a hero that is a top priority hero, or a chip. Yeah, it's a chip.
Oh my gosh,
that's why I knew. I was thinking there should be a hero that we have forgotten.
Yeah, we haven't seen him today, and here we go. This is our first chip we're getting for today's broadcast. Wolf, the last time Mythic Seal brought out the chip, though, they ran into a problem of not being able to scale into the late game. So they were doing their usual thing, right? Get aggressive in the early game, catch YG by surprise. And it was YG that they played against during that series that they did bring out the chip, which is why it's been such a high priority pick or ban. So now with the chip being brought out by Mythic Seal, Yangon Galacticos, they've beaten this comp once before. They've beaten this idea once before. They're going to be opening it up with a Granger and a Hayabusa. They want to head them off with some early game damage again this time. But Mythic Seal now are going to have to worry about their late game insurance that they didn't have the last time they faced off with this priority pick on Mythic Seal's side.
Great answer from YG. The Rangers was Hayabusa. Great combo against the chip as well. So you're now looking for an active hero for Mythic Seal. There's no joy, so usually you want to go for some damage. Lucas is also an option for Mythic Seal. That's such a strong combination as well. And then maybe very they can consider the Kimi, in fact.
Akimi would be an interesting choice here.
But this might be an overkill, but having Loyi for Mythic Seal is also pretty good. They pick up the Badang as well as the Irithel. Irithel, a hero that you can actually call anytime with a chip, so it's very much activatable if you play it well. YG, what they can do is to look for any sort of peel, maybe a Gatotkacha, perhaps, or Hylos, to support this team that they have, because the chip is eventually going to be a problem in the early stage. So you need some peel. They go for the Fairness. Despite having the Irithel, they still went for the Fairness.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice. Yeah, we do have the Nether Realm that's going to give them the sustainability for the longer fights. But yeah, when you're faced against an Irithel and the Badang, I'm not sure that the Nether Realm would have been the answer to this. Nevertheless, they do pick it. And at this moment in time, so far, YG they're almost their entire roster of heroes right now. They're pretty squishy. Considering the fact that this is the Badang and the Irithel already on the other side, they're gonna have to be very careful how they tread around the map.
Valentina, good ban, obviously, because the Nether Realm can easily be copied by that hero. Against this Faramis, you usually look for a good AoE, and I think that the Sicilian is a hero that can be considered by YG as a ban, because even when the Sicilian is not the strongest mid laner anymore, it has good answers to the Faramis, and maybe a little bit onto the Hayabusa and the Granger. And then if you think about it, it has good scaling that you might not have anymore from the Irithel or a potential jungler. So maybe a Sicilian is there. But we did say that the Luyi could be picked up by Mythic Seal. So that's definitely a good ban from YG. And what you get from the Sicilian eventually for Mythic Seal is a lot of burst damage. So I think that might be a consideration here for Mythic Seal.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one, though, considering that Sicilian has not been banned out with the choice here. The Lucas for Yangon Galacticos
would have been great for Mythic Seal, honestly, but we did not have it. So Mythic Seal they're in a lot of trouble. What will be your jungler now? It's hard to go for an assassin because the Faramis, but it's also equally hard to go for a utility jungler.
The Suyo is available here.
Suyo against the Faramis, Lucas.
It's gonna be awkward. It'll
be difficult. They have to be. This has to be a different.
They have to find a different approach here to how they want to go about it.
What if they go for Yi Sen Shin? That's I'm not sure if they played that hero. Xborg Xborg jungler has been used by some teams. Might be a good consideration. They go
Hanzo and the Novaria. Okay, so the idea here is that again, talking about how this team is built right now on the YG side, is the fact that most of the team it's kind of squishy, right? So you have the Hanzo who's going to be able to whittle them down, and later on in the game, the Novaria should have the one-hit potential to kind of just delete them with the Star Shatter here to end those fights. But then the question remains for YG. They do have the opportunity to add a little bit more tankiness into their current comp.
Yeah. Gatotkacha might be... Gatotkacha or Hylos are the two heroes that I'm thinking about for YG. Some beefy frontliner that can also peel for the team. Great synergy, and also great synergy. Yeah, there you go. It just makes a lot of sense, because if anybody from YG gets jumped on, you have the Faramis with the flicker to save him, and then eventually Gatotkacha
will show up. Yeah.
So it just makes a lot of sense to get the Gatotkacha here.
All right, here we go. We're locked in for game number 3 of the series, Wolf. We've got 2-0 in favor of Mythic Seal, who have so far been able to outsmart their adversaries for this series. But now the question is going to be whether or not they can translate it on the server once again. The Land of Dawn is gonna be coming right at you. One Expert Rivals is in full swing. This is now the upper bracket, the grand final on the line for both these teams. And, well, Mythic Seal, all they need is one.
Yeah. All they need is one. Their match point gonna be moving on, and with the momentum that they've had, the manner on which they were able to win, that gives them a lot of confidence heading into game number 3. And with the chip, you can expect this game to be fast paced for Mythic Seal.
You can already see it. Look how far forward he is. Walks all the way towards the purple buff. See if anyone's going to be attempting to it. But YG is nowhere to be seen. Boye. Aiming for it now. A little bit of damage. Both teams, of course, showing a little leg, showing a little skin here. But it's going to be a one-on-one fight down in the bottom lane as well. Ying not necessarily happy about the matchup down there. And yeah, looking at how they go, the problem right now is whether or not they can get close to Mythic Seal. Nico is such a great player when they're on the Novaria. They know how to play that distance, know how to get themselves around that map without really worrying about getting damaged. And so the question now is going to be whether or not YG is going to be able to answer back in terms of getting the information. We saw this earlier, the way that they were able to demonstrate on the Novaria how to get utility out of it, get extra information. But here, Lina activating up in mid. It's going to be a call for Han, but Boy is going to be out in the open. Got to be careful.
Good thing for Chip is that it's very, very sustainable, very tanky. But I don't expect Mythic Seal to get another shot with the first turtle. Maybe I think the best that they can do here is to steal that turtle, that retribution play, because they don't have the best first third fights. Unless they find a big opening, but it's very unlikely. So I think that YG will just take this from themselves. And
should be
in
free.
these kinds of situations, YG, specifically the Hayabusa, is very happy about this. Oh, Ken! By go for the... Oh my God!
Nico steals
It's
it!
actually the Novaria that stole it. And look at the damage coming out from the Hanzo. Smartly gets out as soon as possible because the priority for Mythic Seal is just to farm, but the fact that Nico steals that one, oh my goodness,
That's
YG
a
are going to be
heartbreaker.
scratching their heads.
Oh man, the last time we saw YG and Mythic Seal also in a match, Nico was just doing some numbers on the Novaria, right? This guy knows how to play the Novaria, get the information out of it, and the trick shots from this guy, they're pretty insane. I mean, look how he stole the turtle with his Star Shatter. It's some great mechanics from Nico as a mid lane player, and not to mention Boye this time on the chip. A little bit different in approach this time. They know that they can't get too active just yet, but once they get to that power spike, things are going to get a lot easier for Mythic Seal here. Considering as well that even though they are only 500 gold ahead, you can see the amount of space, the amount of resources being stolen away. Look at the Hanzo. Ken has gotten all the way into the jungle of YG without any resistance.
It does not matter that much for the Hanzo to not get the turtle, and the fact that they got it,
Still got it? Oh man.
that is a lot of feel-good moments because for the first, I guess, 5 minutes of the game or even 7 minutes of the game, Hanzo is just gonna be straight up farming. Once he gets his 3-item power spike, it's gonna be the Trinity that we're talking about, the Trinity of items. So that it can be a threat, but until then it's not. Now Han, like even Boye can just stand in front of the members of YG because of how tanky a chip is. Now, second turtle. It's gonna be the same, I would say, approach for Mythic Seal unless they have found an opening with Kun. I doubt that they will go for a straight up 5v5, especially with the Faramis open. You also have the Gatotkacha from YG. There's a lot of peel. They will go for more guerrilla tactics once again. They will just try to outplay YG here. But when it comes to like a head-on collision, I doubt that will be the case for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the game plan right now for them, like you said. Boye, of course, being a pretty big distraction. Ying is fully focused on. Here comes the Astral Echo. They find one! There goes another round, keeping them alive just a little bit longer. But Lina and Blink will weather that storm. Now, a little more damage. Nico brings in the Star Shatter. Blink, half HP, but the rest of Mythic Seal, they're kind of sealed off here. Ken, not going to be able to see anything here. And Han still takes it away. The attempt at the steal going to be denied from Mythic Seal. They're going to be
Blink.
following up one. Blink so low right now. Stuck with Zino, rocking on hard play. Zippy QT takes him down, but Boye answered back in the form of Lina.
my
Zippy now
goodness.
going to get that double. It's going to be the turtle for YG, but 2 for Mythic Seal.
Han managing the push now. They have taken out the turret very, very low in the middle, which is very important. However, they still lost a lot in that fight. They might have taken the turtle, but that's going to be just for ZPQD, which is good.
No,
Right
Han.
now. Ken have the ultimate now. Will get out. Boy, oh my goodness, in combination with
Nico
the
again!
with the Navari, I mean, they take out one. That's just a Paramis, so he will respawn, but that is a lot of gold going in favor of Nico, which will be a problem
here we
later
go.
on. Look at that! Stitch
So
receiving that
consistent.
Star Shatter, and now Kun is gonna be there aggressively taking that spot. Ken has to be careful. This is such a good play from Han if they manage to pull this off, but it's very difficult. Hanzo is such a
Boye is
difficult
walking.
target to go for.
Yeah. Catches him just in time. Boye keeping his teammate safe, his brethren safe for now. Could be said that Mythic Seal walked away victorious from that trade-off over there, knowing that they're just about 1,000 gold in the lead. Not to mention as well that they've put all the way up in the top lane. ZPQT about to take that first one. And Boye still, there's so much that you're getting out of this, right? The sustainability of a chip, you're able to get so far forward here, and the damage being brought in, Astral Echo being brought out, and Ying trying to run for the hills. Stays alive for now.
Okay, and this quiet game definitely favors Mythic Seal because they're just they're just farming, literally, just waiting for their 3-item power spike. Mythic Seal is very happy about this, especially with the Earthal going up top. Like imagine there's gonna
Oh,
be
boy.
Boye to just bring them together with a shortcut. Eventually, Mythic Seal are winning the real estate battle in this case. Kun is very tanky, but it comes YG to start the turtle. They get it so quickly. Boya to the backlines. They want to go for the backlines this time, but the Faramis ultimate keeps them alive for a little bit. YG are staying in front of Mythic Seals and actually dealing the damage. Front of Mythic Seal has to back out. No deaths on YG. Might have lost some of the map, but eventually they take the Lord. Now Boye in trouble. But in exchange for what? Han has to run away. Boye is still alive. They managed to take the turret in the mid lane, and YG all of a sudden might be winning that fight.
Man. They had to call it off. They knew when to cancel though. But YG, they're steadily catching up. Problem is whether or not they can continue here. The problem, I think the entire series, Wolf, has been that YG, once they start falling behind, they can't really come back from it. And even with, we talked about the nether round, we're already showing some cracks in the defense for YG. And the nether round's brought out, it's almost immediately gone. And Nico has been hitting some insane shots with the Star Shatter here. That it feels almost like he's always using the Astral Echo. It's pretty insane to watch. And here we go again. You see the amount of damage. Half HP already on Stitch with just one fell swoop.
But the all due fairness for YG, they're getting the items that they needed. They're also keeping the lead to just 1,000, and they have taken out an important turret in the mid lane. This is one of those crucial points for YG, especially because of the fact that we are heading into the first Lord 30 seconds in. All they need to do now is to manage their lanes, which Mythic is making it so difficult for them with the presence of this chip as well as this Hanzo, and then the Earthal just farming his way onto his 3-item power spike. Difficult. They actually activated the Astral Echo way too early. Even the ultimate coming from the hands is also very early. They popped the Retribution 5 seconds before the Lord respawns. So
that's gonna be a problem.
Interesting way to approach this fight for YG. I think that was definitely a mistake for Mythic Seal. But
Maybe
is this a bait? Because that's the question. Is that a mistake or a bait? Zippy now has the Wind Talker. They now have a
Ken's
fighting
here.
chance. Ultimate from Ken.
Oh,
They want to go
yay!
for heroes this time. Boy to the backlines onto Blink, but Stitch now being taken care of by that Hanzo. But now the Lord
Oh,
is low.
so much
Han is in
damage.
big control of this. Ken wants to go move forward. Half HP, does not get it.
Han.
Han takes it. The Faramis ultimate keeps everyone alive. YG wins that turtle, that Lord Dance. Now Han once more. He finds Nico, but there's a minion wave to tank through the damage.
So aware
Han,
of
a
it.
good idea, but he is gonna be able to run away. YG gets the Lord.
Yeah. 27k still. For some reason, Mythic Sealer is still going to be in the lead, at least for now. But it looks like it feels almost like there's no gold lead at all. Because YG, they've been more often than not walking away ever so slightly more happy with each exchange of blows between these two teams. Now the Lord walking down the middle, the shortest lane in the game, to the point where in the rest of YG, look how they're exploring across the map. You can see the Granger, Stitch pushing up in top as well. They're really feeding off of the confusion, off of the diversion that the Lord is bringing to the game.
Defense from Mythic Seal gonna be there for the mid lane, but up top, that is a clean take from YG. Now eventually taking over the game. Going into the back lines, actually goes for the flicker, wants to go for Stitch. And then the Avatar of the Guardian comes in, the Faramis ultimate to save that Granger. Successful in doing so. Zippy has to run away, as well as Boye. Hanzo is so far away, so is the Hayabusa, who is actually
so
tailing this
low.
Hanzo. Zippy in trouble, Zippy taken out, Boye in trouble as well. That's YG finding the opening, and Mythic Seal, although they have found an opening in the early stages, it's clear YG is now taking over the game.
Not a single fight going the way of Mythic Seal right now. For the first time in a while, YG 2,000 gold lead ahead and fully in control of the game here. Even with the Hanzo from Ken, who's trying to get some sort of value out of it, they're very much visible. But they do get Han here. That's good news. But honestly, at this point, with only 30 seconds on the respawn clock, he's definitely going to be in time for the next Lord. They're going to have to try and find more value out of that kill, though.
Oh, Nico. There's gonna be a problem later on, but that will come a lot more. You will need a lot more time for that to happen. But already you're feeling some of the damage from the Star Shatters. It's gonna be a problem soon, but I mean later. But when it comes to being a problem soon, that is Han, as well as Stitch. Big problems now for Mythic Seal. For some reason, they are able to skitter their way to the bottom lane and allow for ZP to eventually take this turret. So Mythic Seal are still winning the real estate battle. Nico actually successful in taking out that purple buff. That means that this Star Shatters will be a lot more spammable. Could be the Lord as the next target for both teams.
Ooh, little hit from Kun. You're gonna find out where Blink is here. Game of control. You actually see that the Chip and the Irithel, they know that they can join their teammates at a moment's notice, so they're very willing to try and push that wave a little bit farther on. But it's still gonna be a game of check-in here. Ken brings out the ult. There goes the fight. Kun, very much alive, finds Blink, a little bit low there, but you're gonna beat out quite a few abilities out of Yangon Galacticos from here on out. We'll see if the cooldowns come in time for the actual take of the Lord, because the dance is about to begin. Kun finds Blink, and Stitch is going to start initiating onto the Lord.
They really are baiting this time.
Oh,
In comes the
again.
ultimate. Okay, Blink is gonna be able to stay alive. Hano in trouble, but the Faramis will be coming clutch. They will take the Lord
Blink.
this time. YG up to the top. There is going to be the Irithel. Boye in trouble. Han solo finally taken out. In comes Ken also. Could be the problem here for Mythical Seal, but he is able to get out. Kun for the exchange. Blink is out, but then YG takes the Lord. Mythic Seal, for some reason, keep themselves alive and win the Lord Dance. They might not win the Lord fight itself, but they are getting so much in return. Now Lina has to run away. Look at the damage coming up from Zippy Cutie. Lord taken care of by Mythic Seal so quickly. And Mythic Seal found the big win when it comes to the Lord fight, but YG wins the Lord.
Yeah, ever so slightly here. Ken Does damage over onto Ying, looking to try and finish it. Just one more hit, but no, he can't follow up on it. Nico! Blocked here. Stitch, nice little body block coming in from them. Now they're gonna try and do some more damage, maybe, if they can, but the rest of YG have finally shown up to the party. Mythic Seal call it off again. They know that they can't win this fight just yet.
Oh, very close game number 3 that we're seeing. Two Lords being in favor of YG, but the defense from Mythic Seal was there. And it's clear, Mythic Seal, they're not that concerned about the Lord itself. They just want to win the Lord fight. Meaning to say, they want to win more heroes. Or kill more heroes, I mean. Lightning Truncheon available now. This is also a newly buffed item. You have to be careful about that when you're grouping together YG. And now Han, oh my
He just
goodness.
eats the Star Shatter. The immediate cancel.
40% that of his HP gone with just one spell from Nico.
The warrior started to become a problem for YG. We did talk about the burst potential from them. Now the Astral Echo being brought out.
Look at that.
The amount of damage! And Nico follows up, takes down Lina without any problem. Now, for the first time in a while, Mythic Seal, they are gonna be resting back that gold lead. The rest of YG, though, they know that they don't have to fight this. They know that they just need to wait. And you can see, actually, Boye slowly making his way up forward on the top lane. Ken also,
combo once
nice
again,
and
Astral
set.
Echo into Ken, but he's now controlled. But the Faramis pops the ultimate. After the guard, they want to go for Zippy Q this
Blink.
time. Zippy actually dodges that. No more Faramis ultimate now for YG. They have to back out. And that's going to be a big resource out. That ultimate, the Nether Realm, is such a big ticket ultimate. Its cooldown is so long. That's a minute out. They will not have that for a minute. And that coincides with the respawn of the Lord. So Mythic Seal are
But they know.
prime and very happy about that trade.
Gon is going to be found here, though. Reveals himself to Ying, and the rest of YG are going to be circling around here. The rest of Mythic Seal a little bit too far off. So Blink is going to be a little bit confident that he can hold this off. Some damage. Nico showing up as well. But the rest of the team, Irithel and the Chip in the top lane, they're facing off against Han. And as soon as they see Han disappear, they're going to try and take this turret. Yes, they do get it now. And that's definitely one step forward. Mythic Seal, they know where Han is. They know that they can push forward. And here comes the Astral Echo. They don't see it, but Kun connects over onto Blink. He can't do anything here. He's going to be stuck. But that kill coming in from Nico. It's beautiful, man. And now, Han's so far away. What do you do from here?
Oh, that's going to be a big question because there's really nothing that they can do. They don't have their frontliner. This might be a free Lord for the side of Mythic Seal. Another Astral Echo, not finding anyone, but that also confirms that they can take this freely. They can just burst it out. Not even that concerned about any sort of defense
And
now.
the turret too.
They did take out the turret. Now the Lord push. The siege coming up from Mythic Seal is scary. And not because of... But because of many reasons. Number one, the Star Shatter is a problem. Irithel is also a problem when it comes to sieging. And most importantly, you have this Hanzo that you cannot actually answer. You cannot really just tank his damage because of the fact that he's invulnerable.
Now here you go again.
And here comes the ultimate, the Astral Echo once again. Han,
Han's
for some
gone!
reason, taking it up top just ever so quickly with Boy and Zippy combining together for that one while the rest of YG was so distracted, clearing the minion wave in the middle and managing this Hanzo. They couldn't protect
Nico!
Han. And now look at that damage from Nico. Stitch is down to 50% HP just because of one spell. Now Ken with the ultimate once again. The Astral Echo, the combination from Mythic Seal.
They want to end it.
Ultimate to keep themselves alive. Ken staying a little bit longer, but that is not answered at all by YG.
Lina.
The Guardian connecting onto two, actually deleting two members of Mythic Seals.
Oh, they're still
But the
alive.
defense with the Lord, but their base. Ken wants to finish
Ken
this.
wants to end it.
Oh, forcing the wind of nature. Oh my goodness, Lina is alive now. And
Way
5 members
too
of
close.
YG. 3 versus 5, Mythic Seal, you have to just backpedal now. You have to back out because of the threat. But that was so close for YG.
Way too close. Just another couple of hits, another couple of basic attacks would have ended this game. Would have ended YG in the upper bracket. And now, they just got the perfect timing, man. I mean, Zippy and Boye kind of just walked into it. Blink had a great connection with the Avatar of the Guardian there. And it really opened up quite a lot of doors for YG. But now the problem
Yes.
is whether or not they can get that space back. Yes, the waves have pushed all the way forward, but the problem is, I mean, you see how well managed it is for Mythic Seal. The top lane pushed forward. Nico still continuing to generate information for his team to see where we can push forward here for his team. And even then, you still connect onto Ying. Look at that. That's a third of his health. For Stitch, it's half. Han also being an easy target for this guy. This guy doesn't care. He's just throwing stars everywhere he wants to go. And here comes another Astral Echo. It's so fearful for YG. They're desperate to stay alive in this game. No turrets, no utility whatsoever, no information whatsoever. And Blink is their only shining hope. He has to be the one to set up his team here. And if there's any time for someone to go absolutely insane, it is now.
And this combo coming from Mythic Seal is so scary because what they do is to pop the Astral Echo. We have the slow from there, and then obviously you can easily stack up with the Hanzo, with the additional slow that you get from the Hanzo that allows for the
Uncontested.
Star Shatter to easily hit. It's almost a stun, right? When you have so much slow, it's almost like you've disabled your opponent. And because of that, that's an easy target for a Star Shatter. Getting the Lord once again. No Astral Echo in sight. They will have to let go of the Lord for now. Ken wants to go for a turn. Wants to turn onto heroes.
Ken.
Blink getting caught. Just back out. It just poke damage. Forcing something here for YG.
They're so active though. Look how far forward Kun is. Pushes over. Doesn't care right now. He knows that he can do the damage. Blink is stuck in behind the rock in a hard place. The rest of Mythic Seal already going for the Lord. Ken trying to bait it out. It's going to be a game of chicken right now. The Astral Echo coming in. Can't see them. Sees Blink and just barely missing onto Ying. This gives them the opportunity to push forward. Might have been a misplay here. It's going to be so careful.
Oh,
Han just eats the Star Shadow. He has to back off. And he can't go for the initiation now. Blink is going to be caught out
the
in the
back
open.
lines.
Oh no, the Boye. Perfect play here. Han is going to be gone. Boye still up in the faces of YG right now. Trudging forward, marching with all the bravery in the world. But here comes the other realm, the Echo already finding them that value, but Nina answers back. DP's gonna be gone. It's gonna be 2 for 1 right now, but Mythic Seal, they're so happy. They're gonna get this Lord for free.
It looks scary for Mythic Seal because of the damage out from Lina that they have to respect right now, but still, Mythic Seals are winning. They don't have Retribution in YG. YG wants to get at least some poke damage onto heroes. Look at Stitch up against 4. But cannot do anything because there's no catch. However, the Lord was spawning so fast. It will be defended by YG for sure. ZP is still way out. But they do have the teleport. They do have the shortcut. So the moment that ZP respawns, they can just pop the ultimate onto Boye. Just call on reinforcements. 22 minutes in. We know that the damage is gonna be there, Ken. Look at that. That's what Yang melts in front of Mythic Seals. Just like that. One down the side of YG. Han also getting melted. Does pop the ultimate. Now Nico wants to go for an exchange play. Han with the lifesteal a little bit. In comes Y with the ultimate. The Zippy is going to be teleported as well. They now have their damage.
Han so low.
Ken wants to finish this off. Fortunately, YG is going to hang on.
They don't have enough power.
Oh my goodness!
Nico with a monster kill. It opens a new door, a new avenue, and now look how far forward the minions have pushed. Ken ends it all. Mythic Seal with the sweep, dropping YG into the lower bracket.
22 minutes for the third game. Went very, very close. You can see the combo, and that was such a pocket strategy coming out from Mythic Seal with the Novaria as well as the Hanzo that evidently, even when they have the Fremis and the Gatotkacha, they have all the peel in the world. They're not prepared for how strong that combo is. It's hard to counter, and that means that the 3-0 win will give this Mythic Seal squad a slot in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play coming in from them. Yes, they were tested. Yes, there was a real resistance from Yangon Galacticos. They not only got revenge on YG, they made a statement and they swept them out of the upper bracket. That's a testament to how smart this team plays. I mean, yeah, the combos, the way that they were executing each and every initiation. And not to mention, yeah, we talked about Nico when it came to the draft. This guy is so consistent on the Novaria. Every time we see him on the Novaria, he's so good in the late game. The artillery, the burst damage from this guy. And it just the constant information generated by the Astral Echo makes it so easy for this team to get value out of the damage that they have.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Juswavi, that is indeed the grand finals, right? Or is it just the semifinals?
Yeah, that was the upper final for us. So
yeah, it's still up the
yeah.
upper finals. All right. Wow, that was amazing because we thought that this series will go at least 4 to 5 games. In the end, it was a very close game number 3, but it looked really like Mythic Seal have found their opening once they went in for the comeback game. Game number 1, they did not let go of the momentum. They know how to control the game afterwards. You saw how strong they are in the spikes, in the power spikes that they know that they're strong at. For example, game number 2 was very one-sided. Game number 3, we know that it went long. It went 22 minutes, but obviously on paper, if you just look at the stats, 22 minutes means that it's not an easy game. But all throughout the late game, it was all Mythic Seal's control, right? So even when the game was prolonged, we know for sure that it was a one-sided game.
Yeah, and I also gotta say that Mythic Seal did a great job of reining it in as well. They knew when to deliver the aggression and they knew when to hold off. That way they weren't making those mistakes wherein they were getting caught out in the open. A lot of misplays that happened earlier in the series didn't happen this time around. They were playing as a unit. This was a team that had a great understanding of how to zone out the enemy team and where they can safely sit. Nico is unkilled in this entire game. Same can be said about Ken. This was some beautiful positioning all throughout the entire last game of the series from Mythic Seal. And even when Kuhn and Boye were just getting taken down, even if they died in those situations, I still feel like Mythic Seal walked away victorious from those altercations.
Yeah. Definitely this Hanzo plus the Novaria. You would think that this that they will struggle against the assassins, but eventually you can see the combo just pop the Astral Echo. It's not used for securing the Lord, it's used for securing kills. And what they do is to slow their opponents down, allow for the Hanzo to just slow it down. Then with the knock up, you can just connect every time. You always get the stack so that you can pop your skills. And then eventually the Star Shatter will close it off. It's like you set yourself up for so much success on hitting your spells, not because of stuns, but more about like overloading the slows and doing it over and over again in the span of what, every 20 seconds, every 25 seconds you have this combo. It's like very hard to recover from, and then you're left with no real control of your territory. You don't have a real territory because of the control here that comes out from Nico as well as the Hanzo.
Yeah, the sheer amount of information that was being provided by Nico was also activating the Hanzo, right? We talked about just being able to use the ultimate on the Hanzo, making use of the amount of space that you can cover, comboing it up with the Astral Echo, and not to mention, like, even after the Astral Echo disappears, you do still have the information that you can follow up with the Star Shadow. It's just been some beautiful gameplay from Mythic Seal, and I mean, we got a savage, if I'm not mistaken, out of Nico, the monster kills. This guy, 6 kills the entire game, unkillable, 6 assists as well. It's no surprise that he's the MVP for this game.
The way that he connects, even with the poke damage, right? It is enough for you to kind of put your, like putting your enemies low to 50% HP is almost as if it's a kill, because they will have to go back to their base anyways. So there's no real way for them to re-engage in the fights once they get poked by this Novaria. And the pokes were just so painful. You can see that even a Gatotkacha will have what, 1/3 of his HP.
Oh man.
Marksman will receive what, 40 to 45% of his HP. And you just can't fight afterwards. It's just so difficult to fight afterwards. That's why I think that this is such a well executed and well planned kind of draft from the side of Mythic Seal.
Yeah, they had a solid idea about how they wanted to play this. I feel like this entire series actually, there's a bunch of different looks that Mythic Seal have available to them, and because of that, it's been so easy to switch between these. And of course, for those who are just joining us right now, Mythic Seal have now punched their ticket to the grand final. Yangon Galacticos are not done yet. So with Newborns having beaten Zino Esports earlier, they're going to be fighting it out against YG tomorrow to see who makes it into the grand final and who is going to be ending at third place.
Wow. That's going to be such a good fight because we know that newborns they've found their stride, they've found their momentum, they've found their confidence. Whereas for Yangon Galacticos, definitely have learned a lot of lessons during their fight against Mythic Seal. I'm sure that there will be a change when it comes to the approach of the draft, and pocket starts are going to be coming up. That Yangon Galacticos versus Newbirds matchup is such an exciting match to watch out for, and I'm sure that will be close. I don't think that will be a 3-0 for sure. That will definitely go down the wire.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we think of these as 3-0 sweeps, each game was so close in nature that I feel like it doesn't really tell us the full tale, the full story of how these series have gone, because they've really been back and forth. The smallest margins were really bringing them forward. But with that being said, that's going to be the end of today's broadcast. Of course, we do have a lot more coming in tomorrow. I'm just Suave here with Wolf. This is my last day on the broadcast. I'm going to be bidding you goodbye, but you will of course be joined by some of the finest casters in MLBB. We'll see you guys next time. This has been 1xBet Rivals Mekong, and we'll see you tomorrow.